How's it going, everybody? Shit, Yogi Bear with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Big ups.
Gaming.
Appreciate it. And then also Oski Wasi with the 20. Jeez, man. Appreciate it. It's very kind. Thanks so much, dude. Doggo needed the support. That's appreciated very much. But yeah, really appreciate it. Very kind. Did I see the Alex news? The thing about the Supreme Court? Let's see, how long will this take? Level 40. Jeez. Or level 16. Okay, that's not too bad. Did I buy too many shares in Xbox? Yeah, just a few too many. Just a few too many. Dude, I actually kind of feel bad for all those guys that collected Xbox games for all these years, you know? I mean, I guess, like, the 360 and OG Xbox games will always have value, but, like, imagine collecting for the Xbox One. That shit's gotta be pitiful, like, thinking back on it. I don't know. I almost feel bad. It's like, you know, all their value is basically just wiped out. Well, I have, I think, 40 copies of Halo 5 sealed. I have a bunch. Because when Best Buy was clearancing them for $5 a piece, I just bought a ton of them. Because I figured, hey, what's the worst that can happen? It goes up higher than $5, like... But, yeah, I mean, I think that should be fine, because you can't get that game on PC. And it seems like that's always going to be the case. So, Halo 5 might be forever locked to a dead platform. So the physical copy might actually be worth something regardless. I want to play Halo 5 on PC, so...
Nice car. Perfect.
I would play Halo 5 multiplayer right now if they ported it to PC. I liked Halo 5 overall, so... You know, 343 I definitely have my beef with, but I actually thought Halo 5, for the most part, was a pretty solid game. The multiplayer portion of it was great. So, it had some of the best, like, post-launch support. It had, like, the best, I would say, like, community game modes. Like, Griffball could have been its own standalone game. It was that good. Like, the Mantis versus Mantis mode. I don't know, dude. Like, I really enjoyed the Halo 5 campaign and multiplayer, personally. I thought the campaign was fun, at least, to play through. I don't really give a fuck about the story, personally, with Halo, so... I enjoyed both aspects. I thought the campaign, for what it was fine. Holy shit. Okay. That's nice. Dude, those snipers are too fucking OP. Holy shit. They just fucking laid that guy flat out on his back. Jeez. Alright, let's see if I can get it.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Solo capped. Fuck. And we just lost it already. That's nice. I'm glad I worked to capture that point that literally nobody helped me with. That's cool. And there's already more of them on the point. Sick. That's fucking nice. Yeah, they're all just fucking jerking each other off. It's fucking B still. Pitiful. Yeah, just sit there and get sniped by the same 4 guys over and over and over again. That's a great, great strat. Let's see. So Oski with the 20. Really appreciate it, man. You don't have to do it this stream, but I would like for you to play the Xenoblade 2 DLC if you ever find your save file. Yeah, I need to find my original Switch. It's around here somewhere, but I should have the save file still. Also, if you haven't beaten the base game yet, the DLC has an easy mode for you. Yeah, I have the save file. I just have to find that Switch, which is somewhere. All right, why the fuck didn't I heal that guy? Didn't give me the prompt. Let's see, Eric X with the 5. I'm trying to get into online FPS games like Call of Duty or Battlefield for the first time. Which would you suggest starting with? Age doesn't matter. I would definitely say Battlefield has a way higher learning curve, so if you're looking for something you can jump into and immediately start doing well at, Call of Duty is probably the better option. The only issue is there's not really a good Call of Duty out right now, so I would just say Battlefield on the pure premise that it's actually a good game, but there's going to be a lot more of a learning curve. Is the only issue. So it's kind of a no-win situation of sorts because FPS games have been criminally underutilized, in my opinion, by pretty much every game studio the past decade. So there's not really too many to choose from. Whereas in the past there was a ton. Oh, fuck, man. Great. Yeah, can this match just fucking end? Jesus. Why does this dumbass have to capture A now? Just let the fucking game end, bro. We're not winning. Of course. Alright, why does this thing keep fucking vignetting? That's annoying as shit. Stop. Why is it doing that? Stop giving me the fucking black order. I don't need it. No, the Pokemon game's gonna be dog shit. I mean, just look at it. It looks terrible. It looks worse than the Switch games that came out at the beginning of the generation. Like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, visually speaking, still look better than that fucking game. Not to mention how dog shit the new battle system is. Like, I don't think anyone was asking for real-time fucking prompts in a Pokemon game. Like, they're trying to copy Xenoblade almost, and it just doesn't work. So, go back to actually making Pokemon. Stop trying to copy this fucking shitty open-world garbage. And then on top of that, stop with this fucking, you know, overhaul of the gameplay formula. No one is asking for that. So, the slopification of every franchise is, you know, an inevitability, it seems like, nowadays. They don't even need to go back to 2D. They just need to go back to the structure of Gen 1 through 5. That's it, or even 6. Just get rid of the shitty open world bullshit. Get rid of the, like, overworld Pokemon. Like, the Pokemon do not need to be walking around. And then on top of that, you know, open world format, never again. Real-time combat, no. Absolutely fucking not. Just keep it simple and actually focus on the fucking designs of the Pokemon. And not everything else that doesn't matter. The entire point of the Pokemon games is to get people interested in the characters, aka the Pokemon. And as long as the new Pokemon suck balls as much as they do, you know, nobody's ever going to become a new fan of the franchise in terms of, like, the new Pokemon. They're just going to keep liking the same recycled ones over and over and over again. No, the problem is definitely the open world. Pokemon has never been an open world game. The whole point of it was to be a super catered linear experience, to where every inch of that game mattered. Like, every little pixel on the screen was intentionally placed there for a reason, because they had to make a, you know, development decision. Hey, do we want to include this feature or this feature? Do we want this route to be this big, or do we want the other route to be bigger? You know, they had to actually utilize what they had at their disposal to make the game meaningful. The new Pokemon games are not meaningful. It's just another copy-paste open world game. There's nothing deliberate or special about any of the areas that they make in those games. So, Game Freak was almost better off when they were extremely restricted by the technical limitations of the platform. I guarantee you everyone spent more time exploring Pokemon Emerald and, like, memorizing every inch of that fucking game than they spent in Scarlet and Violet's dog shit open world. I guarantee you a singular route in any of those games is more memorable than any area in Scarlet and Violet. So, sometimes less is more. Good game designers don't exist. The people who make Pokemon are still there for the most part.
afford this shit!
Tim Marco the 7, according to the Nintendo Mega League, Gen 10 is going to be called Winds and Waves. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't care about modern Pokemon at all. And they're just going to have just literal fucking dog shit designs. You already know. I mean, how the fuck do you mess up Mega Dragonite? Like, I don't know, man. I have zero interest in new Pokemon. I'll just keep buying my nostalgia slop cards and, you know, buy and sell the new shit. And let's see, Elijah Petty with the 2, should I buy an Xbox to support the economy? Nah, it'll just go to some Indian. It's no point. Most American companies, especially in tech, are literally just fucking Indian companies now. Of course it's not going to be good. It's a shitty Souls clone. Or a Sekiro clone, whatever you want to call it. Some people say that Sekiro is not a Souls clone, which is a fucking lie, but technically, I'm sure. Yeah, dude, every game studio is just creatively fucking bankrupt at this point. It's either the same recycled open world dog shit, an Unreal Engine 5 asset flip, or a Souls clone. Like, that's it. And then your heckin' wholesome indies are just roguelikes and 2D platformers. Wowie zowie, I can't wait to play. You know, the golden age of gaming is here. Yep, you have to treat every action game like a fucking full-time job of like trying to figure out which combination of parry and roll spam is the correct way to beat a boss. There's no actual skill, there's no actual or I guess like player choice or anything like that. It's just literally, oh, I need to dodge 3 times, then I need to roll, then I need to fucking, you know, parry twice, and then I can attack 2 times. And then I have to repeat the process 17 times. Then I can finally beat the boss. Wow, this is so much fun. People will honestly look at you with a straight face and tell you that a game like Sekiro has player choice. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You have to play that game one way. And that is it. There is no player choice. No, I'll probably never play Elden Ring again. I don't really ever have a desire to go back to it. I don't really think it was that great. Dark Souls 3 is the last Souls-like game that I enjoyed, so... Like, I didn't mind Elden Ring at the time, but looking back on it now, I don't really think I'd ever want to touch it again, which means I really didn't enjoy it that much. Yeah, Sekiro plays more like a rhythm game than anything else, which is fucking terrible. It's just pure memorization. Yeah, I mean, look at Expedition 33, man. That game has 0 level design. It's fucking horrid. Like, Expedition 33, unironically, is one of the worst fucking, like, turn-based RPGs I've ever played, for the sheer, like, fact that it's not even a turn-based RPG. It's a parry simulator. It's not even an RPG. Like, literally, you don't even have to attack in that game. You could literally just parry the entire time and win. You don't even have to input a singular attack in that fucking game. And you can still beat pretty much every single enemy and boss in the game just by literally parrying and getting the fucking parry damage, whatever. That shit is ass, bro. Like, it's a sad state of affairs when you're playing a quote-unquote turn-based RPG and your attacks do significantly less than just parrying. Like, the fact that it was made by a Sekiro sweat tells you everything you need to know, bro. The dude who made the game was a Sekiro speedrunner. So he's basically just one of those, you know, masochist types that jerks off to how hard a game can be. So, you know, the name of the game is just Parry Slop. I don't know, my fucking eyes just roll every single time I hear the word parry now in a video game. Because I know the intentions aren't good. Yeah, but the problem is there's literally bosses in the game you have to parry. Like, if you want to finish Expedition 33, you have to parry. It's not an option. Like, you will not do any damage to certain enemies unless you parry. Yeah, but Paper Mario, you did it one time, and it wasn't autistic timing. You parried once per turn in Mario, if even that. In Expedition 33, you have to do it like 30 times in some cases. Like 30 consecutive fucking parries. Like, that shit sucks, man. Not to mention, you pair it with a cookie cutter, you know, oh my god, dude, people are dying around me storyline, which, cringe. Alright, I didn't like the story at all. It didn't grab me. Also, it's got one of the ugliest aesthetics in video game history. It's blurry as shit. It's foggy and just a bunch of flipped Unreal Engine 5 assets. There's nothing visually appealing about the game at all. It's just generic copy-paste fantasy slappa, if you can even call it that. And I personally didn't really like any of the characters, so... I genuinely did not care what happened to any of them. They tried to pull an Aerith with that one guy's death. I don't even remember his name anymore. And it's like, bro, it just didn't land because after he got fucking killed, he gets up like nothing happened to him and starts fighting. It's like, bro, what? You just completely destroyed the entire fucking, you know, moment. It's like, if you're gonna kill off the main character, you can't just have him get up immediately after and start fighting like nothing happened. Same animations and everything. And then after the fight, he just gets fucking domed again. It's like, okay, well, why the fuck? It just... It was retarded as fuck. That entire moment was ruined. They, like, tried to have their Aerith moment where one of the main characters gets, you know, essentially pierced through the heart, you know, randomly from behind. And, you know, immediately he stands up and starts fighting. It's like, bro, what the fuck is this shit? If you could stand up and fight, why didn't you just jump off the cliff? You can tell that was written by a woman. That particular moment. Yeah, they replaced him with the heckin' Redditor guy who, you know, is only capable of playing one role. And he has to insert his weird homoerotic way of talking constantly. Yeah, I don't know. I was really forcing myself to even want to play that game. I just stopped. It just felt like, you know, woman's first Final Fantasy, but without anything that makes Final Fantasy special. It felt like a cheap Temu copy of like a Final Fantasy game. How can one look at the reception of that game and still believe Goyim or Hugh? Yeah, exactly. They might have been onto something. You can just tell all the soy Lineal Games journalists saw the intro scene where everybody dies and they're like, no heckin' way, dude. A bunch of nameless characters just got heckin' killed. It's the greatest game ever. Yeah, it's just like Marvel, exactly. Dude, Spider-Man died. No way. It's the greatest video game ever. Yep, I would argue it was even more linear than Final Fantasy 13 at times. But, you know, say what you will about Final Fantasy 13, the visuals of that game I feel like hold up better than Expedition 33 do. Like, Final Fantasy 13 to me is a much more beautiful game than Expedition 33. For one, you have actual image clarity. It's not foggy as shit and blurry all the time. And on top of that, it actually has a unique, distinct art style, as well as character designs. Yeah, I like Final Fantasy 13's combat better as well. Not to mention the soundtrack of Final Fantasy 13 is superior. Yep, it's because my heckin' wholesome indie devs, dude. It's like what happened with The Witcher 3, if you guys remember. Like, I actually like The Witcher 3, so that one I don't mind as much, because I do think The Witcher 3 is actually decent. But, dude, people used to glaze the fucking shit, bro, out of that game. Have you guys heard of the small indie development studio, CD Projekt Red? Like, that became a fucking copy pasta because there was unironically so many fucking autistic Redditors constantly using Witcher 3 as an example of why indie developers are, like, better than AAA, while failing to see the fucking retarded statement that they were making. Because The Witcher 3 was not a fucking indie game. It was a AAA game, just from a third world country. It's like, okay, bro, like, not the same thing. There was, like, hundreds of people that worked on it, but yeah, it's an indie. It's an indie. Definitely. You know, the heckin' small development team at CD Projekt Red of 500 people, you know, scraped together their extra fucking Christmas money and put it together. Yeah, back in those days, Poland was pretty shit. They've had a big turnaround in recent years. But yeah, people used to just run around the internet constantly and act like that game was the second coming of Christ because it was a heckin' wholesome indie game, dude. Yeah, The Witcher 3 only gets good once you get to Novigrad. The whole Bloody Baron quest line is genuinely fucking shit. Yeah, Witcher 1 and 2 are pretty bad. They're not good as games. They were fine, I guess, story-wise, but, you know, as actual video games, I wouldn't want to play them. Witcher 3 was only playable because you could put it in brain dead mode and just not really care, but I don't know. The main point of those games is obviously the story, but yeah, once you get past the Bloody Barons quest line, it's way better. Like, it actually is really good after that. Like, Novigrad is one of the best in-game, like, cities ever. It's, like, genuinely awesome. Damn, bruh. What was that, 5 kills? Yeah, I also bought Witcher 2 for the 360. I never really played it, though. I couldn't get past the controls. Ah. Shit. Naded. Damage assist? What the fuck? Bro, I put like 6 fucking shots into that retard. Rabbi hole? Yeah, like the Jewish guy that leaked all those DMs of the young Republicans. Yeah.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Alright. I'm almost out of ammo. Fuck it. We'll do it that way. Oh, I guess that works. Fuck. Well, the shotgun's actually my third weapon. The assault class can have 3, so you get a assault rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. Dude, I'm actually doing really well. A shocking first. Damage assist? Are you fucking shitting me? Bruh. Nope. shit, I just took a bunch of fall damage. Oh shit. Nope, I'm not falling for that. Ah, damn it. That guy's name was Leaning Twin Towers. Yeah, why the fuck wouldn't it let me fire? Let's see. Can we get a... Dude, I'm playing like such a super sweat right now. Oh, fuck that. What cocksucker took my kill? Ah. Oh boy, I got a Steam achievement, dude. Hooray! Yeah, Steam really needs to find a way to make their achievements feel less, you know, pointless and soulless. Nah, dude, we need more games like Silk Song, bro. We need more games like Hollow Knight, bro. That's like the greatest video game ever made, man. If every game was a epic hard 2D platformer, the entire video game industry would be saved, guys. That's literally all we need. The common Redditor wishes every game was like Silk Song, refuses to play SNES games. Many such cases. Oh shit.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm very fucking sick of the whole mentality that, oh, because a small group of devs made it, we need to give it special treatment as far as how we assess it. It's like, yeah, fuck that, dude. Fuck that. Dude, an assist? What the fuck was that? I fucking put the chrome to that fucking cocksucker's dome and I got the assist? Alright, I don't care. I got a kill. Ah, shit. Fuck! I couldn't even aim. Seriously? Dude, he had 1 health. 1 health. 1 fucking health. Bullshit. I call fucking bullshit on that. 1 health? Yeah, right. Nope. That was the game just deciding, nah, you ain't getting that kill. Fucking tank. Alright, so we're just pinned in by double tanks. That's nice. Let's see. Tim Marco the 7th. Leaks also say the Gen 10 games will have procedurally generated Yeah. It's just literal slop at this point. So there is no creativity left. let's take everyone's biggest complaint with the modern Pokemon games, that the games feel almost completely soulless and lacking any, you know, meaningful design. And we'll just make it even more slopified. It's just incredible. And Saber ran with the 2 adjust glasses. Well, actually. Yeah, exactly. I'm guessing that was in reference to the indie conversation. And also Saber ran with the 51 months, completely unrelated, but Vivek Ramaswamy came through my haunted house a week ago. It was fun scaring him and his little girl. His guards looked not amused, but I made one of them laugh. It was nice. Nice, bro. Yeah, I haven't been to a haunted house in I haven't ever been to like an actual dedicated haunted house. The only thing I've ever been to is the Hallow Scream thing in the Busch Gardens, but I haven't been to that in like 6 or 7 years. At least. Probably longer, actually. I forget how old I am at times. Daryl's on with the 2, great commentary. Okay. Thanks, I guess. Oh, shit. You're old enough, I guess. Dude, I just can't stop thinking about how fucking cringe the soy lennial indie enjoyer like archetype is. Honestly, that shit pisses me off. The soy lennial heckin' small independent development team enjoyer, like phenotype. Like, you gotta be 5'6". You're probably married to a woman that doesn't love you. You know, you most likely don't have any kids. You definitely wear glasses and graphic t-shirts of your favorite, you know, media-related franchises from your youth. You constantly talk about how wonderful gaming is and, you know, how amazing the talented developers are and how it's a heckin' shame that big corpo, you know, executives hold back, you know, the true talent of the industry. You know, it's just like, you can just picture it. It's just the Redditor phenotype. It's just the Redditor soy lennial phenotype, man. Am I describing Young? Yeah. I wasn't really picturing that in my head, but I guess. I was more picturing a fucking just loser white guy, to be honest. The type of guy who buys 10 different PC and Android handhelds so he can play Hades and Dead Cells. Yeah, exactly. Dude, if anyone ever, like, says that Hades is one of the greatest games they've ever played, that's exactly how you can spot a soy-lennial, bro. Like, there's no fucking chance that a chud gamer bro is gonna be like, oh my god, dude, Hades is one of the greatest games ever. Like, that is such a leftist-coded video game that, you know, only a soy-lennial can enjoy that. Like, honestly, Hades is spiritually trans, and I'll die on that hill. Hades is spiritually trans. Have you guys seen that video going around Twitter of, like, the fucking indie game thing where it's like, here's a look at my indie game, and it's like the most disgusting, like, troon slop looking game of all time, and like everybody's just dunking on it, saying that if trannies were a video game, this is what it looks like. Like, it's just downright hideous. And it just really encapsulates the spiritual, you know, bankruptcy of modern indie devs. They're just soulless, disgusting golems that, you know, take pleasure in creating visually repulsive slop. Like, they take pride in making their games as ugly as possible. Because, you know, like another group of people, they've never created anything of any value ever, arts-wise, or, you know, anything of beauty. They don't care about, you know, the finer things other than just consuming them. But, yeah, they're just completely spiritually bankrupt. Oh, yeah, the troon, yeah, with the, painted nails. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's just visually repulsive. Like, they take, you know, pride in the fact that they just make something repulsive, because that's what they are. So, repulsive humans revel in the idea of bringing you down to their level. It's like the Samson option, in a sense. Spiritual suicide, but mutually assured degeneracy. See, my issue with Atomic Heart is it was trying to be way too many games at once. Like, it had a shitty inventory management system. It overused the puzzles, which were fucking bad. And the combat was way too bullet spongy at times. It's like they tried to make it a mix of, like, Resident Evil, a puzzle game, like a... I don't even know, like a spongy enemy shooter. Like, they just needed to pick one identity and stick with it. And then it was like a BioShock ripoff. It's like, just pick one thing and stick to it, and then expand upon it in the sequel. Dude, they can call me a transphobe all they want. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I wanted to like Atomic Heart because of the you know, whole Russia bad bullshit that was going on at the time, so unfortunately I just didn't like it. I wished it was a lot better than it was. Really? Fuck that guy. Crispy Critters should come back in its heart. Yeah, I feel like it has to. It's the identity of the game. Yeah, Crispy Critters. Yeah, that's the thing, bros. Those robots weren't even that great of goon fuel. Like, yeah, they had the idealized female body shape, but still, man, they weren't real. Yeah, the fridge was pretty wild, honestly. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, whoever scripted those voice lines was really, really feeling themselves. My issue with Synthetic Man mentioning Fuda so much is that it's obvious he's not actually ashamed of it and wants to spread his fetish. I don't see how that's any different from the other. Yeah, Fuda is spiritually trans. That shit's weird, bro. That's when you know that you have a problem and you just need to cut yourself off from the porn. Like, it's time to stop at that point. At that point, you've lost the plot, and it's time to stop. It's like an alcoholic telling you they don't have a problem with drinking when, you know, they're sitting in the driver's seat of their car and it's fucking, you know, smashed into the side of a tree. You know, they're sitting there in the front seat of their car, crashed into a fucking tree, slurring their words, saying, I don't have a problem with drinking. Like, that's basically end-state Fudaism. You know, once you get to that point, you got a problem with porn. You need to stop. It's over. Or at least it should have been a long time ago. It's like all these leftists that jerk off to gay porn, aka tranny porn. You know, they'll try to tell you with a straight face that it's, you know, oh, it's just a woman. It's like, no, you're just fucking gay. You're gay. You're watching gay porn by choice. You're fucking gay. Why would you explain to your dad what? Never mind. Yeah, I try not to put myself in that type of conversation, generally speaking. Yeah, most people are, I mean, I'm guilty of it too, man. Like, I'm immature of what a 27-year-old should be. You know, most people already had a whole fucking life started at this point through most of human history. So pretty much everyone's development has been, like, fucking stunted because of the internet and because of, you know, just the way society is. So we've all had that happen to us to certain degrees. Now, granted, you know, different people have it to different levels, especially if you're just staying at home all the time. But yeah, we live in a pretty shitty time. We are very far removed from the natural order of things. Yeah, in order to be mature, you know, leftists basically will tell you you have to willingly sodomize yourself. That's basically their criteria. Well, unfortunately, we never had it good. The fucking previous generations did. So that's, you know, the sad part of it all. Is, you know, boomers, Gen X, soy-lennials. They all got, like, the good shit, and we get to clean up the mess, essentially. Yeah, video games used to be the perfect cope and escape, but now not anymore. All those same issues have been dragged in screaming to video games too. It's been dragged in screaming like an unwilling wife on her wedding night. Buff Garfield with the 2. Okay.
Dare I say
just
it,
gonna say
you
it.
fucking
Since you're talking
cock.
shit about me with your big fucking upper mouth, you're all hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
And the Lugia with the 2. Do you think we should ban porn? Yeah, I do think we should ban porn. I think you should ban porn, and then on top of that, make it a 10-year prison sentence for anyone caught distributing or producing pornographic content. Like, don't criminalize the consumption per se, criminalize the distribution and production of it. And that way, you know, it'll discourage people from making, you know, websites to host that type of material, as well as the creation of it. Nintendo still delivers games, yeah. Well, nothing that's easy is worth doing, that's the thing. The reason why it would be hard to do is because it's actually worth doing. So websites like the Hub would be blacklisted from... No, the people who own Pornhub would be literal felons if they continued to operate the website. They would be literally arrested and put in prison for 10 years, minimum sentence. So either they shut down the site or they go to jail. That's the type of shit I'm talking about. Retard take? Okay, bro. Go jerk off to your tranny porn and have a good life. See you later. Dude, the only people against banning porn are literal porn addicts. There is no benefit to society to having porn. It's like advocating for fucking meth to be legal. There's only negative side effects. There's nothing positive that comes from consuming meth or porn. It's retarded as shit. But, you know, go cope with your miserable fucking existence however you need to. Your state mandated waifu? It's not coming, man. Just like your TradCon, you know, your TradCon waifu is never coming either. They don't exist. They don't exist, man. I don't know where I was getting shot from. Oh. Shit. Okay. Nah, I don't really care about banning alcohol. That's not an issue. Alcohol, if anything, the reduction in alcohol consumption has led to more issues than benefits in some ways. We need to get rid of fucking weed. That's what needs to go. Because you can at least drink and be a functioning member of society. Stoners are just bums. You know, society was literally built on functioning alcoholics. Let us not forget. You know, your great-great-great-grandfather probably drank, you know, 10 times the amount you do. And, you know, had a job, a wife, kids, house, all that shit. So... Western civilization was built by functioning alcoholics. Especially Europe. So... Yeah, I would rather smell cigarettes than weed as well, personally. Definitely. Oh, shit. Bro says opinions... Wait, opinion and killed people, but one take I won't stand for is hearing my great-great-great-grandfather drank far more than me. I promise I'm keeping up tradition. I doubt that, bro. Dude, you know, like, the average, like, person used to drink 83 bottles of whiskey a year? I forgot what year it was, but like back in the day, during the early days of America, the average American drank 83 bottles of fucking whiskey a year. That is like insane numbers, bro. That's like what, a bottle every 4 days? And that includes women. So, and that's average too. So I guarantee you there's plenty of people higher than that. So when I say that, you know, Western civilization's built by functioning alcoholics, there's your receipts, dude. But yeah, people used to drink wine instead of water because the water was poisoned, essentially. And not just the wells. But yeah, people used to drink like fucking crazy back in the day. I mean, shit, dude, my grandma, before she died, used to drink all the time. Like, if she wasn't going somewhere by like 9:30 in the morning, she already had a drink in hand. So... Your great-grandmother on my dad's side was a moonshiner during Oh, nice. Yeah. I knew someone who made moonshine. But I never... Well, I did have it, but I never, like, actually bought any off of them. I tasted it. It's just... Fuck, bro. It does not taste good, but it's strong. I never bought any off of them, though. He put, like, you know, like the canned peaches and stuff in it to try and make it taste. Not my thing. Not a single person of success smokes or smoked weed. Yeah, I would say that's probably pretty accurate. I can't think of any stoners that are like outside of the typical, you know, Hollywood paid propagandist types that are like fucking massive druggies. Yeah, but is Joe Rogan a... Well, dude, I just said not the paid Hollywood propagandist types, for one. And also, Joe Rogan has not done anything other than be famous. That's it. So, being a fucking celebrity is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking like actual, you know... real high level, you know, thinkers slash business people and stuff like that. I guarantee you they weren't getting stoned off their fucking gourd.
can't afford this shit!
Genesee King Revive with a 2 smoke Marlboro instead of Marlboro. Huh? I don't know how you say that word. Is it Marlboro or I don't fucking know. It's a weird word, but why'd you put the same thing twice? No, the Wolf of Wall Street was snorting coke. Snorting coke is different than fucking weed. Coke is a stimulant that makes you think. That actually aids in your performance. Weed is a fucking downer. It makes you fucking mellow and relaxed. Or paranoid, depending, but... No, Coke is completely different. Coke will give you energy and drive and focus. Like, you could maybe make a case for, you know, occasional cocaine usage. But weed literally just inhibits your ability. Like, it prevents you from basically thinking properly. It just makes you a bum. Griffin does coke. He's a cokehead. That's right. Nah, I've never used a singular drug in my life, so... Unless you count caffeine, which... Whatever. Yeah, they all just have ADHD, quote unquote, so they can fucking, you know, crunch up addies. Yeah, they get their Ritalin and Adderall. No, heroin's an opiate, I thought. No, cocaine is the pure form of, you know, cocaine. Then there's crack, which is the, you know, chemicalized version of cocaine. That's why you never eat poppy seed muffins when expected to take a drug test. Yep. I remember there was some woman who had a poppy seed muffin at the hospital the morning that she was giving birth or something. Like, she had given birth and, like, the next morning she had, like, a poppy seed muffin and, like, some food from the cafeteria. And they refused to release her and the baby because she tested positive for drugs. So it was like a whole thing. Alright, I got one of them. Damn, we just got fucking slapped around this much. Dude, we need to bring back the fucking opium wars to China. Start poisoning their population again. With unlimited amounts of opium. Oh, nice. Unlimited opioids. Yep. This dumb dog, man. He stuck his leg between the leg of my chair. I went to like reposition. And he like jumps up like I did something. It's like, bro, that's you. I must dream a lot? Not really. Dude, I honestly can't remember the last time, like, I guess, even remember a dream I've had. Yeah, bro, those fucking the MLK I had a dream fucking edits are funny as shit. Where it's just him stealing shit from different stores. That shit's great, man. I'm glad people are turning on that commie. Literal communist scum. Ah, fuck. It's Jover. How is he a commie? Because he literally was a member of communist groups. And wrote... Bro, look into Martin Luther King other than just the I had a dream shit. Like, literally, he is a fucking self-admitted Marxist. So... go actually do a tiny bit of research on MLK's real politics. MLK had Stanley Levison write his speeches. Jew, yep. Oh shit, dude, that light. Holy fuck. What the hell? Bro. I got flashbanged by the fucking world lighting and then a brick fell on my head? What the fuck was that shit? That car alarm beep is like a smoke alarm chirp. Yeah, I guess so. I still think that's funny where it's like the white person's version of the chirp and it's the activate Windows watermark. It's so true. Oh, shit. NATO don't give a shit about Tajik people. Why would they? You're not even people. Oh my god. I didn't even see where the fuck that guy came from. Cereal sandwiches? That sounds disgusting. That's the thing I don't get about poor people, man. It's like they intentionally eat the most unhealthy foods imaginable, while at the same time spending more money than they would if they just bought healthy foods. It's just almost like the fact that it's not that they're poor, it's that they're either dumb or lazy. Or just addicted to shit food. You know, that low-tier god analogy was spot on when he said, like, you know, the colorful shopping carts. Like, that's actually a spot-on comparison. You know, it's always the fattest, brokest, dumbest people that have the fucking colorful-ass shopping carts with all the fake food. It's like, yup, that is 100% accurate. Yeah, I think SNAP benefits should only be able to be used on fresh produce. That's it. Fresh produce, rice, canned vegetables, and maybe meat. I mean, ideally, we would just hand out, you know, dried beans and rice. You know, if people are truly going to starve to death, you can live off of beans and rice pretty much indefinitely. So, my recommendation would be is get rid of SNAP and just give everybody a ration of dried beans and rice, depending on their household size. And there you go. They won't starve. It's just that easy. Give them the GOI blocks, yeah. The airline GOI blocks, yeah. Absolutely. The fuck is a GOI block? Here. This is the GOI block. It's like that Delta Airlines cookie that they give you that's like super flavorless, and it's just like, what the fuck even is this thing? Like, basically, it's just, you know, a little cookie-shaped food item that has, like, a bunch of random shit in it. It's, like, just ultra-processed food. Dude, the thing is, I don't like about, you know, the British beans thing I get, kind of, but the baked beans are so fucking nasty, man. Like, I don't know how people eat baked beans. I can't do it. They're just, like, so fucking gross. Like, I don't know who thought putting sugar on beans was a good idea, but revoke their culinary license. The British are obsessed with beans, sausage, and, well, I think those are all native foods to the island, you gotta remember, so, you know, it's like the Japs are obsessed with seafood and, like, seaweed and that type of stuff. They'll eat, like, all the weird stuff, like sea urchin and all that, because, you know, they didn't really have access to cattle and things of that nature, so it's just depending on what you have available to you. You know, it's also why the British love seafood as well, too, because, you know, island nation. So lots and lots of fish. America doesn't really have any culture anymore, unfortunately. Most of the cringe fucking, heck yeah, dude, freedom and beer shit is just literal fucking, you know, goy slop, for lack of a better term. It's just yet another marketing tool. The boomer freedom bullshit is thankfully gonna die. Yeah, it's just consumer slop. Hell yeah, dude. America is just about fireworks, guns, and beer, dude. It's just... And you already know who promotes that. To, you know, devalue the culture. It's the same people that tell you America's not its people, it's an idea. Yeah, it's just consumerist slop. Like, you know, go watch your sports ball, boy. And eat your fucking slop dogs that don't even have real meat in them. Yeah, hot dogs, beer, and freedom, dude. Hell yeah. I'm gonna watch me some football. What a joke. What an absolute... And that's what, you know, boomers will try and say, oh yeah, that's what a real man does. It's like, yeah, fuck off. You'd watch a black guy fuck your wife just to not be called racist. Yeah, I ain't risking that. That guy can't fly. Yep, there they are. I don't know, man. It really does disgust me with, like, what's happening to the country and just society as a whole. It's just, you know, I definitely don't belong. I know that for a fact. I do not belong in this culture, if you can even call it that. It's just all consumption. That's it. That's literally it. It's just consuming, you know, Chinese garbage, drinking literal piss water, you know, watching your sports ball, watching the same shitty movies and TV shows. It's just, that's not life. It's not fucking life, man. The raped, I know. Truly. Yeah, it is like, dude, it's like that fucking meme. Or I guess it's not a meme. The World War II propaganda about France, where it's like the French people are in a cage and everybody else is just looking down on them. It's like, that's basically what it feels like now. There's just something wrong. Deeply wrong. You know, no matter how much money companies lose, things only keep getting worse and worse and worse on, like, the, you know, cultural brainwashing front. It's just like, I mean, that's what happens, though, when you have the same people who own all of your media and entertainment and culturally relevant companies. You know, and they have the power to print money. They can lose money for as long as they fucking want, until eventually you just take the fucking poison pill and swallow it. So, It's insane, man. It's like you're a guy with a fucking stick facing off against a fucking tank. Yep, and even your escapism now is just completely fucking brain rotted. There isn't even escapism anymore. I wouldn't really call this escapism. It's more just something to, like, keep my mind busy, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm escaping from anything or being immersed in anything. It's more of just a way to occupy my mind and time. So... it's basically like busy work gaming in a sense. It's like mildly entertaining and a decent way to pass the time. Griffin, I don't belong in this generation. Also, Griffin, incel pessimist, an avid search gooner. Oh my god. Nothing is wrong with society, dude. This is natural. I know, man. It's completely natural for people to not want to reproduce, not date, not get married. You know, completely normal for, you know, what, 20 to 30% of the population to be mass imported in the past 20 to 30 years that don't even speak the same language as you. It's completely normal for all culture to promote the exact same degenerate messaging no matter how much money it loses time and time again. You know, it's completely normal to openly discriminate against the largest group of working individuals within the country in order to, you know, propagate their poverty so that they don't have an actual chance of finding a partner and reproducing. Completely normal stuff, man. Completely normal. It's just, you know, just another day in paradise. Nothing to see here, chuds. Leave your conspiracy theories at the door. Yo, what the fuck? Y'all saw that, right? It literally attached me to the fucking line, and then it dropped me. And then it wouldn't let me deploy my parachute. What the fuck?
You're a lifesaver.
Military grades, yeah, I guess. I don't fucking know, man. And I get shot by a helicopter, that's nice. The only way out is reject it, reject the slop, reject the culture, and do your part to create a few... Well, dude, easier said than done. It's easier said than done. You know, when they can just print you into poverty, it doesn't really fucking matter, in all honesty. You know, I hate to be taking the doomer pill, but I really don't know if there is a way out of this shit, honestly. I think things just need to fucking collapse. I don't know if there's like a fix at this point. I think things just genuinely need to crash and burn. And then from the ashes, you know, build something new. Because it doesn't matter what policy the government enacts. As long as, you know, the people who control the money, it's basically worthless. We have completely destroyed our autonomy as a nation, and that goes for all Western countries. Every Western nation has forfeited the right to govern itself through the outsourcing of its money printing. So, at this point, it's probably just not even worth saving. Well, dude, the thing is we'll never have an actual rebellion because people don't have the attention span anymore. People don't have the attention span, and they'll just have another set of jingly keys, you know, shaked in front of their face that will immediately make them forget or move on to something else. So yeah, social media is definitely a part of that. Plus, they can basically just, you know, they may not ban you. They may not, you know, delete your content, but they'll make sure nobody sees it if you're promoting the wrong message. So, you'll just basically be shouting into the void. The sad fact is, man, is people will trade away all their freedoms, their autonomy, their basic right to exist, just in order to have, like, some temporary fucking comfort. Like, that's all people care about nowadays, is not being uncomfortable. Yup, the COVID lockdowns are a perfect example. You had about 60% of the population that just stepped into fucking line and did exactly what they were told without a single question. Take the shot, wear a mask, don't talk to your family. It's like just sick, bro. I have long COVID. I need the next vaccine. Like, bro, it's just... It's literally like a faith. It's a replacement for religion. Same with therapy, but... Yeah, the only time I ever wore a mask was when it first broke out. And, like, everybody actually thought it was serious, but then, like, a week later, nah. I don't think Trump ever took the vaccine. Because he got COVID, so he got natural immunity, so... Shocker. Imagine that. Natural immunity, huh? Yeah, dude, like heckin' therapy where they get paid to tell you it will get better at some point and have the same cliche one size fits all. Dude, it's not even that. It's literally just a bunch of mentally ill women paying other mentally ill women to tell them why they're not mentally ill and it's everyone else's fault, not their own. That's basically what modern therapy is. It's just a Yas Queen session where you get paid to be told that you're not, you know, doing anything wrong. It's a cope, bro. It's a fucking cope. It's like the modern day confessional, but for women. You know, it's like the same premise as confessing at church. You know, like you sit down... You talk about your problems and the things that are going wrong in your life, blah, 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 and then you're supposed to get guidance, right? Well, instead of getting, like, actual spiritual guidance from, like, a priest, they're getting guidance from women that are just as fucked up as they are in the head. So, you know, it just basically exponentially increases the degree to which they're fucked up. So... That's another massive problem with, you know, modern society, too. Is just the lack of anything spiritual nowadays. It's just all work, consume, repeat. There's no higher purpose, no greater sense of belonging. It's just literally, you know, how much consuming can I get done? Shit. Ah, shit. Oh, I passed through the pipe. I was like, what the fuck happened? at him. Nah, if you want to see something truly India-pilled, something truly India-pilled is the fucking Tesla burger shit. Have y'all seen that? It's like apparently Elon opened up some fucking burger place, and like all the fucking Bay Area like Indians or whatever are like LARPing like it's the greatest thing ever, and it's like some fucking status symbol to go and pay for fucking heckin' epic bacon, dude. It's like cringe as fuck, bro. Yeah, dude, Indians actually worship Elon Musk as like a fucking god, and it's very weird. It's probably just because they all want to get H-1Bs, but, bro, like, they actually act like that dude is like the fucking messiah. It is weird. Like, they worship him. The thing is, it's like, bro, it's the same reason why they dick ride the Israelis on social media. It's because anyone that has a lot of money, they just suck up to immediately. It's the reason why they, you know, big companies, especially publicly traded ones with large majority shareholders of certain banks, you know, they love to hire Indian CEOs and Indian management is because, you know, a lot of these Indians would sell their own mother for $50. Like, all they care about is money. So they will do anything for money. Especially the straight out of the fucking village types. Like, bro, they will literally do anything for money, and they have no regard for human life or anything else. I mean, just look at that fucking truck driver, bro. So... Every Indian account on X puts an IDF woman. Wait. Puts a IDF woman and it's clearly AI and say, do you support, and boomers and other Indians are all over it. Yeah, pretty much, man. Yeah, and they're all just like a bunch of massive gooners, bro. Like, I remember back when I was in high school, like, a bunch of the girls in my high school would just get, like, these random follow requests from fucking Indians constantly. Like, you know, no actual connection to them at all, and on private accounts. The Indians would just see, like, a, you know, white girl in the profile picture and just request to follow. Like, they're just massive fucking gooners, too, and, like, literal fucking creeps. You know, trying to rizz up, you know, high school girls because, you know, obviously every white woman's dream is to have a broke Indian immigrant become their lover. It's just... Dude, nothing has done more damage to a country's reputation than Indians have to their own nation just by interacting with other people on social media. Like, no outside influence needed. Indians have basically shot their country's reputation in the head multiple fucking times. Yeah, we saw the thing about the Indians raping the lizard and then eating it after they filled it with their cream, bro. Nasty. They'd probably do that to humans, too. I'm sure in some of the more remote villages. Dude, I just remember back in, like, the early 2000s, they tried to, like, you know, push this, like, oh, travel to India, the land of mystery, beauty, and, you know, wisdom, and all this other. It's like, bro. Yeah, that doesn't fly anymore with the internet nowadays. The land of garbage, rotting carcasses, poisoned water, toxic air, rape, and literal fucking shit. Yeah, so many Dude, there was that one movie, I forgot what it was called, but I had to watch it. I forgot what class in college I had to watch it for. But it was like this office worker who went to India to like train call center employees. And they tried to hype India up like this super clean and wholesome place where, you know, everything was just so wonderful. And he ended up like marrying an Indian woman. Of course he was white. And it was so fucking bad, bro. It's just like, dude, nobody is buying this shit. This is pure fucking propaganda. It's like, yeah, the white guy ended up with the Indian chick who had more body hair and was fatter than him. Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely fucking makes sense, bro. Yeah, every guy's dream. But yeah, it's pretty funny, man. Like, they single-handedly nuked their own reputation basically overnight as soon as they got widespread internet access. Quite sad. Like, I'm sorry, bro. You have to have a soulless population in order to fucking have scamming being your #1 fucking, you know, industry. That's pretty pitiful. That is just a morally corrupt and soulless population that will do anything for money. They have no morality whatsoever and just evil people. Yeah, they're always like, hello, this is Michael. It's like, wait, what was that? Michael. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Shit talking other I know. And my favorite thing is they're like, your women do not want you. They want handsome Indian man instead. This is why you are against immigration. It's like, oh yeah, dude. Every woman's dream, a 5'6" Indian man who came from a fucking village where they eat cow shit. Yes. You got us. Yup, absolutely. You're gonna have so much success here, bud. You're gonna have so much success. It's just insane copes, bro. Soycast out of the 2, gonna send a Twitter link. I don't think you can. Someone else will have to link it like a mod or something. Links don't show up in the chat. Bovine Doo-Doo was banned recently for being in their street food and vendors in Delhi. Protested it. Dude, the thing is like, they also cook with it. They cook with the shit, even if you're not eating the shit. Which, the fact I even have to say that's crazy. They use cow shit as charcoal. So the fucking shit burns onto your food.
I can't afford this shit!
It's like disgust. Yeah. And I don't know, that video on Twitter's going around again recently where it's like this Indian woman who lives in the United States and her mother is visiting and she bought a house. So the mom is like lighting cow shit on fire in the house to purify it and spraying cow piss on all the doors and windows. It's like, bro, what in the fuck?
They're not sending their best.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, no other culture in human history has ever integrated shit as part of their fucking rituals other than maybe tribes in Africa. Which, if that's your only fucking, you know, comrade and shit, it's not really a great indicator. It's just nasty, bro. I do not get it. Aw, dude, UPS just did that thing that FedEx does. I just got an email that says, you know, yeah, your UPS package will be delivered tomorrow. And I forgot it's 3 a.m. Okay, tweet. Let's see. Oh yeah, that shit's nasty. I've seen that before. I'll pull it up after this match. Let's see. Mussolini with the 2. I sentence you to a 15-minute. Yeah, there's like that AI meme going around of like, you know, the Olympics and shit, and you know, it's the Indian women trying not to stand in the shower. It's like all they need to do is a quick rinse off to win. Why aren't they getting into the shower? They're like screaming in front of it. Let's see. Tim Marco with the 279, a society of shit. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, the only thing comparable I can think of is how like certain Africans will eat elephant shit. Like, that's literally it. That's the only comparable thing I can think of, which again, if sub-Saharan Africa is your comparison and benchmark for, you know, we're not the only ones that do it, there's something seriously wrong. Some Indian women are hot, but they're either Indian American or rich, or they were interbred with the British. That's the other thing, is the upper class of India, or the Brahmins, you know, which they love to claim that they belong to, which they oftentimes don't, you know, were fairer skinned Indians. So the Brahmin class was literally created to prevent the interbreeding of dark-skinned Indians with the lighter-skinned Indians in order to, you know, basically keep the bloodlines pure. And what happened is a lot of Indians, when the British were, you know, colonizing it, interbred with, you know, the Europeans. So a lot of them obtained European facial traits and things like that, or lighter skin as a result. So the majority of attractive Indian women you see usually fall into that category. They either have some sort of like white lineage, or they belong to that like higher social class or caste, whatever you want to call it. The peon class of Indians are dysgenic. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and that's why the whole caste system existed, was to prevent the caste from intermarrying, because they didn't want to pollute the gene pool, which... I mean, how wild of a statement is that? Like, you're in your own fucking country, and you don't want to, you know, intermingle with 90% of your own people, quote-unquote, because you don't want their genetics intermixing with your own. Like, that's pretty wild to say, man. Especially considering it is and has always been an ethno-state. It's pretty fucking wild. Shit. Guys are being harsh. JD Vance found a solution to having a micro. Yeah, it's big to her. Here, I'll pull up the Indian shit video real quick. Here you go. Yum. Very good, sir. Very good. Very, very good. Remember, guys, all cultures are equal. And if he comes to the United States, he's just as American as you and me.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ah, shit. Scotty Man with the 5, unfortunately, after Trump's term is up, will probably elect an Islamist socialist as president, and then the collapse of America will truly begin. Dude, that's the shit I don't get. It's like, bro, if I was in Trump's position right now, like, you have to know that not only are these fuckers going to be out for blood once you're finally gone, but they're going to go after you, your kids, and anyone and everyone that ever fucking even supported you. It's like, we've already jumped the fucking shark. You know, the Rubicon has been crossed, whether people want to admit it or not. The time for democracy is done. It's over, bro. The experiment has failed. So, the next person to be in power will keep it. They are not going to give it up, ever. We're at that point. So, Obama was supposed to be the end of the quote-unquote democratic process. You know, the Republican throwaway candidate was supposed to lose to Hillary, but Trump put a wrench in that machine. So they had to steal the 2020 election, but it was way too obvious. So people smelled the fucking bullshit. So they had to tone back the cheating this time around, which Trump was able to win. Even with some of the cheating still being alive and well. So, no. What's going to happen is the Uniparty is going to take full form. Obama was supposed to be the last actual elected president because everything he did was instituting this system of, you know, basically rigged elections from here on out. And, you know, both John McCain and Mitt Romney were in on it, too. And let, you know, Barack walk all over it. Especially in the case of Mitt Romney, bro. That guy literally just laid down and fucking died. So Hillary was supposed to be the next president, and that would have truly been the last semblance of an election we would have ever had. It would have become basically a one-party state. Because they would have let in so many fucking illegals that the amnesty that they would have given them would have completely erased the white voting percentage. So, you gotta remember, man, if Biden was in office right now, we'd have another 3 to 4 million illegals pouring in every single year. At least. And then eventually, if they got a big enough majority, they would just pass amnesty and give all of them citizenship. And then, goodbye. We're a one-party state at that point. The pesky whites will have been officially removed. Mussolini with the 2. I heard the toilet's flush. Why do you waste food? I know, man. Some prime eating. Food was so good you can enjoy it twice. Got him. Oh shit. Dude, I don't care about Rich. He's a fucking dumbass. That guy is a deadbeat loser. He's just another brain-rotted shit-lib subhuman that doesn't deserve sentience.
I can't afford this shit!
Rich getting felted on the daily. I know, man. Yeah, Rich is so retarded he couldn't even write his own scripts for gaming news videos. He had to have his editor source the topics, write the notes. Then Rich would, you know, barely be able to mumble into his microphone for 10 minutes a day because he was just so busy. What a bum, dog. Yep, weed brain, exactly. Although Rich is a lazy bum anyway, so. With or without the weed. Let me guess, though. Rich has called me a Nazi, dude. A right-wing Nazi chud. Or some bullshit. I don't fucking know, dude. What's in his book of... Hey, I'm a hateful, racist fucking bigot. It's just all buzzwords, man. It's all they have. It's all they have. A gay virgin, too. I know. What, are leftists back to using gay as an insult now? Interesting. Welcome back. But yeah, it's just like, the whole thing is, it's like, he's a pitiful human being, if you can even consider him human. Oops. Yeah, I already knew he was gonna be in there. That's like the #1 camping spot on this point. Leftists know being a homosexual man is degrading and humiliating, which is why they use it as an insult. Yup, exactly. There's no lower form than a man taking and sucking cock. Aww. Boo. Well, tanks and snipers are always going to be a thing in Battlefield, so this map in particular, because it's so open. Dude, I don't think Rich has the attention span for the Clips channel, because the only stuff we watch of his is the Kino Casino videos, which those are like an hour-plus long video, so he'd have to go get a fucking, you know, a toke every fucking 5 minutes in order to stay focused. He needs to swear on his kids. That's right. I swear on my kids I don't get the munchies. Yeah, that's the thing, is he just throws it around like it's nothing. For someone who's not even religious either, it's like, well, what the fuck does that even mean? Rich swearing on anything means literally nothing to no one. Like, because, dude, the thing is, he doesn't believe in anything. He's just yet another soulless golem consumer who, you know, made weed his entire identity. Let's see, Mussolini with the 2. The new infinity symbol is an Indian eating poo. Yeah, I mean, it's like basically their whole concept of resurrection, right?
Karma.
Dude, there's also nothing more repulsive than a white guy who dresses up in like Indian clothing and LARPs as like a fucking yoga instructor. It's like, dog, stop. Yeah, that's the thing that's going to be funny, is when Rich realizes he can't afford a house in Canada. And he got rid of his parents' house for nothing. Which, who even knows if he's actually going to fucking go through with it, man. He's such an indecisive fuck, he'll probably flip-flop on that too. Yeah, and he'll have to pay higher taxes, too. I'm wondering if he's doing it to try and dodge child support payments, kind of like Ethan Ralph did in Mexico. It wouldn't shock me. Because I remember, I think his editor said he pays $5,000 a month in child support. So that's a pretty significant chunk of his income. Especially now that he doesn't have the YouTube channel. Dude, he has 3 kids with the woman he's not married to, who is one of those fucking baby mama, you know, child support milkers, essentially. She has kids with at least 3 men. So she just lives off of the child support payments, I guarantee you. It's one of those leech women that, you know, will have kids with loser guys just to take their money. He fell for one of the, you know, oldest tricks in the hoe book. Have his kids take his money. And that's the other thing I think is so funny too, is Rich now wants to be this great political figure. The fucker hasn't even voted more than 1 time in his entire life. I have voted for the president, you know, 3 times as many times as Rich has in my lifetime. And he's in his 40s. Rich has voted once in his entire life, and he is now going to be this political juggernaut. It's just insane, man. What an absolute cope. Maybe that's why Rich wants to work in the rap industry. He associates with their plight. But Griffin, Rich had sex with an obese middle-aged woman, so that makes him automatically better than me? Exactly. I agree, bro. 100%. You know, I can only aspire one day to be as amazing as Review Tech USA. Truly, I mean that, you know.
I can't afford
We
this
should all
shit.
work just as hard as he did to become such a winner at life. Major K with the 2, what happened with Rich? New lore? Not really anything new. Just reminiscing, I guess. Aww. You too can have sex with an overweight woman in her 40s? Wait, can I? Really? Do you mean that? It's what I've always dreamed of, guys. What the fuck? An oofy doofy beta bucks deluxe? It would appear so. Oh, so you have to get 30 objective kills in one round? Jeez. That is not easy. Getting 30 kills in general is pretty fucking hard. God damn. Yeah, he'll probably become another tipster. If he actually sticks to the politics stuff, which is a big if. I highly doubt he will. He doesn't have the stomach, wait. Figuratively speaking, for it. He doesn't have the stomach for it. Like, I don't think he's capable of handling that much, like, genuine hate zeroed in on him. He seems like a sensitive guy. Well, I guess speaking of Rich, we can watch this.
How's the Trump therapy cope stream going?
We'll watch this since we were just talking about Rich. Why not? What's the song playing right now? I don't know. It doesn't say, it just says loop. Trying to see if I can find it. Is that it? Yeah, I don't know what it's called. It doesn't have that section marked. So, I'm not sure. Guess what holiday is at the end of October? One I don't celebrate.
It's called it out for exactly what it is.
Why are you making it like I'm saying all these things and you're doing this to make it like I'm being some insufferable prick?
We are.
Oh my god. The review tech stuff is fun because this arc, this Canada arc, is fucking Kino.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Have a look at how he got to this Canada arc here. So we're going to start off. Review Text fans are upset. They're saying put the DSP content in the bag, bro. We want gaming videos. We want Phil videos. We don't want this fucking lame political content. Yeah, it's like, imagine everything else is fucking political. It's politically saturated everywhere. Yeah. So what does Review Tech think? Politics. When he's completely unequipped to deal with politics because he just discovered the magical power of voting at age 40 and has now decided that he's going to try and speed run being a political streamer, having never had any knowledge of any of it until yesterday. So we have Rent.
He's never even voted until the last election, but he's going to be a political content creator.
Liar here pointing out, he goes, Rich's Wales just want him to put the 10-hour Phil React streams in the bag. He keeps forcing severely autistic men to endure his psychotic political rants. They have no idea what's happening and are getting overstimulated by Rich's seething. Let's have a look at some of these comments.
Okay.
We have, I'm sick of politics.
No, this is his fans?
Yes, these are his own fans. No, these are his dents. These are his donators, you know? Biffy goes, aren't we all? I agree, it's inescapable at the moment. Well, Stormy Daniels, VP. I wonder if that's a politisberg. You might be sick of politics, but politics does not care, though. It will affect you sooner or later. And don't you want a hand in deciding?
Dude, imagine naming yourself after a porn star because you're like, yeah, that'll own Trump, dude.
What's on the table for you? The idea that any of these...
That's review tech.
On an alt, he put a heart. That's a review tech. You're right. On an alt account. But beyond that, the idea that any of these review tech dents are actually
bro,
influence.
He's digging through the replies on his fucking live stream re-upload. He's definitely typing that out himself.
What happens in politics is ridiculous. All right, so we have more.
He liked it. He liked it, but this guy has 50 likes, 16. Like, oh my god.
It's because I just can't watch anymore. Rich goes, no one's forcing you
and
to.
You liked it? What?
Come on, Rich.
I don't even get it.
Come on, Rich. All right, so here he is freaking out about the Charlie Kirk vigil on live stream.
Oh my god. Like, buddy, this guy has a shovel and he likes to use it. He's just digging it down and down and down.
Please remember, I'm almost tempted to there's a vigil coming up for Charlie Kirk, and I'm not.
Oh my God, is he gonna go to the vigil?
Well, he wished he could go to the vigil and press people in person. That's what he was saying he was going to do.
That would have been the funniest thing of all time, because he would get.
Yeah, imagine fucking, what is Rich? He's like 5'7" or 5'8" or something like that. Yeah, imagine like the human blueberry walks into the Charlie Kirk vigil, surrounded by, you know, college-age men who are, probably way better shape than Rich. Do you really think that anyone is going to be intimidated by him?
Melted soul.
Oh, yeah, he'd probably get his ass kicked, to be honest, which is why he didn't do it.
Isn't he 5'4"?
Last, he's like 5'3".
He's 5'3" and 400 pounds. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Big support. Let's go for 5 subs.
Hannah Claire stand for a sub and Dark Vision for a sub.
Wow, and Horse Punch, a puncher with a resub.
I'm going to go there to be an asshole. I'm going to go there to be like, look, I'm left-leaning.
What?
But we need to stop where it's you against I.
Are you okay, man?
This is a vigil for a guy.
So,
yeah, he's going to go to a funeral and tell people it's your fault. That'll go over well, Rich. You should go do that.
And you're going to go there and tell people that they need to stop remembering his life and legacy because you're left-leaning. Like, Rich. Yeah, he leans left because his legs don't work anymore.
No, I would say everything's left-leaning to him because his weight like pushes the thing.
He's the leaning tower of pizza.
Yeah, his house
the
is
fucking blob monster.
fucking fat. Get it? All right.
Because it's not you against I. It's us who are being played like fools.
Oh, yeah, okay. We're all.
Oh, my God.
He's just such an intellectual, guys. Rich sees through all the bullshit. He's so fucking smart.
Not the woke fucking bullshit that we've been fucking enduring for the last 5 years and the trans agenda and this. No,
I'm going to be honest.
Charlie Kirk.
Like, Review Tech's opinion on all of this shit is completely irrelevant and will never amount to fucking anything. And the idea that going up to random people at a vigil is going to change the political and socioeconomic conditions of the United States is fucking laughable. It would be you trying to farm content off of a man's death is what it actually would be. And you'd probably get your fucking lights punched out, which is why you didn't do it, because you're a fat coward, okay?
Against them. Against a bunch of multi-billionaire...
Or just a fat cow. But, you know, take your pick.
Stop the billionaires!
Buddy, do you really think you're going to stop the billionaires? Like, are you fucking retarded? Let's be real, Rich.
Hey, Rich, stop making the billionaires money by live streaming.
The rich and the powerful have always ruled and will always rule by virtue of the fact that they're rich and powerful.
Yeah, this is the thing with leftists, is like they hate the rich and the powerful because they're not rich and powerful. But as soon as they get money, you know, then it's okay. I mean, just look at champagne socialists like Hassan or Bernie Sanders, for example. You know, they have no problem becoming part of the 1% they claim to fucking hate. You know, they could give away all their excess money. They don't need all that. But they don't.
Like, you might just replace them with another group of people who will then also be rich and powerful. Like, get a grip, buddy. Like, this is like a fucking child's understanding of the world.
He's a conspiracy theorist.
Oligarchs that are basically...
Yeah, apparently Rich is significantly shorter than the quartering, which is another reason why he pussied out of their boxing match. So I don't know how tall Rich is. He's not very tall, though. I know that for a fact. I'm not sure. I've never measured him.
Using the entire planet as their playground because...
That's the world. That's how it's always been.
Oh my God, does he think communism under Stalin or Mao wasn't them using the world as their playground? I don't know what to tell him.
Buddy.
Okay.
Holy, dude.
So now seething about Eric once again. And it's like he doesn't have to do this, but he did this, and the backlash was so strong he had to take a mental health break. It's like, buddy, if you don't want to watch this guy's funeral, you don't have to watch this guy's funeral. But he goes to something that he knows is going to make him mad in order to get mad and then complain that he's mad. It's crazy.
Why is it so over the top? Why is she whispering to herself? Ah, man, here we go. They're all get ready to clip. Like, why is...
As Renton Liars like OBS and
John Riley, Richard Brunel game,
Basement, Locale Basement.
Yes, Locale Basement. They're all like, yep, this is going in my cringe compilation.
Buddy, Locale Basement on fucking Twitter at Locale Basement is so funny. He literally fucking kills me, his tweet. And Renton.
Gone so long.
I have to show you this.
Dark Side Flow also.
Yeah, Dark Side. Oh yeah, yes. Big shout outs to them. Look at this one he made.
Oh man, I just sent you the link. Pull that up.
Okay,
let's go to an hour and 6 minutes in where he's seething at Craig from Side Scrollers.
Oh yeah, I heard about this.
And he's rattled because Craig got a super chat dunking on him. Oh, it says RTU ate his daughter's eyes. Oh no! You think it's gonna make Review Tech seethe? Oh no!
I'm gonna die.
Let's hit play.
I'm gonna die.
Wait, hold on. What is this? I may have found something.
Dude,
Being a short dude is worse than death, featuring Review Tech USA. Here, let's see if Rich says his height in this real quick. Hold on. Let's see. This is back when Rich was friends with Cam a lot, too. You know, I guess before Rich realized he was a heckin' Nazi, bro.
dude, you can be a fat guy. You can be an ugly guy. There's a lot of things you can be, and women will have sex with you.
Mhm.
But if you're 5'1", bro, like
women don't like short dudes, man.
Dude, there are guys in my gym that are absolutely jacked to the gills.
Yep.
They have freaking cool golden locks. They have freaking the biggest, craziest beard ever, which looks weird on them because they look like little dwarfs. But they got big old beards, and they are jacked, stacked to the damn gills. And like, I'll have girls that I'm training, and those dudes, two of these dudes, by the way, two of these short little dudes, crawling into their DMs, simping all over. Oh my gosh, I saw you at the gym. Oh my God, is that guy your boyfriend that trains with you? Oh my God, like you're so hot.
Yeah, oh my God, it's like another no. Don't talk to women at the gym.
No, and if you just took that same guy, the jacked little dwarf looking dude, and you made him 6'1" with a snap of your fingers, he would.
They would be using his dick as a diving board.
Imagine Rich walking up to a woman at the gym. Hey, I just got done with my workout, and I just wanted to say, you've got a great ass. Like, bro.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Dude,
you wouldn't need no lube.
Imagine.
They would be sitting on his face. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, height is a big deal. Like, you don't have to be
She'd be wetter than a river. God damn.
very tall, but like if you're too short, women, I feel bad because like, what could you do as a short dude? Like, I could get rid of my man titties, and I'm going to. Like, you can't go to
2 years ago. Oh yeah, dude. Going on 3 years now.
the gym and grow height.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It sucks.
It was I was on Twitter,
Oh
and
my
Pearl,
God.
I don't know her name, but I think she's the Pearl girl that's from that Manosphere podcast that she did or does, and she said that being a overweight woman is worse than being a short dude, and I'm like, no, like being a short dude is something you can't fix, and also being an overweight woman, there's an entire entire
Yeah, but
subset of the population that wants to have sex with you.
CZZ, you live in the Middle East, right? So 5'7" is like average over there, correct? Oh, let's see. Average height, Middle East. Well, shit. What the fuck does centimeter? Bro, I don't want centimeters. So... Let's see. Let's do... Oh, is it not in alphabetical order? Shit. So, in Saudi Arabia, the average height is 5'6". In Dubai, the average is 5'8". So, yeah, you're like right at average, it seems like. Let's see what it is in the U.S. United States. 5'9". Non-Hispanic whites is 5'10". Hispanics is 5'7". African Americans is 5'9". So wait, whites are taller than blacks on average? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. Mexican Americans are 5'7", and Asian Americans are 5'8". So it seems like the manlet class is Hispanics. Yeah, I mean, I'm 5'11", so technically I'm an inch above average in more than one way. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Like already,
I don't feel as bad about myself now.
like they don't care.
Yeah, I like extra baggage on a woman, but like to a degree. But I like extra baggage on a woman. You know what I mean? Like
We know you do, Rich. We know you like extra baggage on a woman, physical and mental. That's why you thought Becky Boop was a 10 out of 10.
As a short dude, nah, you have no chance.
Yeah,
you really don't.
There's no girl out there pining over the little guy. Oh, you know what? I love dwarfs. No,
You know
what?
that's
I love gnomes.
You know who's short Tom Cruise? That's why they always have him to try to make him look taller at like weird angles in movies.
Yeah, they always have him standing on a box and shit.
Or they have him like in the background, like so it kind of looks like they're the same height.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
he's like 5'6", which I think is a lie. It's like Tim Pool. So that's a great example. If you Google Tim Pool's height, it says 5'11", and I'm like, boy, you are fucking like, because one of my buddies went on his podcast like last year, and he took a picture with Tim Pool, and he's 6'2", my buddy, and Tim Pool's like a foot and a half shorter than him. He's like at his chest, and I'm like, bro, you are not 5'11".
Why would you lie about your height anyway? Especially now on the internet, people are going to know your
You can
actual
find
height.
out. And
Seconds.
Tim Pool released a review, which I don't know why the hell is he reviewing movies. Like, but anyways, he released a review of Super Mario Brothers, the new one, and he kept coming back. He had this point of contention where he was mad that Peach kept calling Mario short, and I'm like, well, he is literally half her size in the game, so he is short. He's Mario, and two,
Not that short though. Why are you
not,
being
no.
insecure about it? You know, if
Well,
he was like 5'1".
yeah, that's shotgun time. But like you,
Well, the best is if you go.
All right, I don't really want to listen to them talk about height. I was hoping Rich would reveal his height, because I don't know how tall he is, but I know he's shorter than the quartering. Significantly so, which is one of the reasons why I didn't want to box him.
I'm going to just preemptively hit it. I think it's going to make Rich seethe.
That was easy.
Why do you care so much? Why do you care so much about these things?
Yeah, look how.
Oh, he's mad. He's angry.
No pre-non course.
So he's just mad he can't eat them again. It was a one-time deal.
Craig does this video game show, some drama, but very minimal.
Yeah, he can't eat his daughter's eyes again.
But then he's just like talking about video games, and Rich eats his daughter's eyes.
God, his eyes pops up,
on the
and then Rich gets so mad.
That was easy.
Look at him. Waiter. Waiter, some more eyeballs, please. Waiter.
As he's sitting there talking about how. Did you see that?
Applause.
He can barely.
Dude, Rich is like the fucking, fuck. He's like Sasuke from Naruto, dude. He's got to steal his daughter's eyes to get the Sharingan.
He put his words together. He's so steaming mad.
But he was about to hit the applause, but he didn't. Look.
Did you see that?
No.
Did you?
No, never mind.
Yeah, they
His finger was on the button.
They're the party of peace.
What? Well, what wars did Trump start so far? I don't know what to say. Who gives a fuck?
He's got to hit the applause button so he can fucking cope, man. The cope is palpable.
All right. Unedited fucking.
His file. He just puts on this veneer, which works. It's one of the most convincing.
Oh,
it's
no.
doing well.
He's winning, and Rich is not. No.
It's a veneer. I get
God.
Seeing veneers from them too of being genuine, and I just want sanity. Do you, Craig?
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Because this don't seem like it to me. It looks like you want to divide.
Oh my god! You know, someone said this on the clip channel, and it's so true. The review tech video should actually be a parody of The Shining.
Yes.
Right? It's called The Dickering. Very
Dickering.
Very
The
funny.
Dickering.
Yeah, look, he's literally fucking Nicholson in the fucking.
Here's Baldy.
Yeah, here's Dickers.
Divide people more and make things worse in a country that's already heavily divided, and you want to make it like one side.
Okay, let's get back to.
Well, like Rich complaining about division, so you're saying everyone has to agree with what you say? Like, I don't know. Isn't there being political division and diversity of opinion and thought a sign of a healthy and democratic society? You might want to rethink that, rethink that take there.
Do you want to keep watching his video?
Yeah, let's watch this Erica Kirk nonsense.
Oh, no, I meant the other one. You want to watch the other one? Or
No,
not? Yeah.
I think we got it. He's
okay. All right.
For the glory of God.
By the way, we got Jefferino for 5 subs.
Let's go. Big support. Thank you so much.
Oh no, somebody's making an expression of faith at a funeral. Review Tech, the edgy fedora wearer, is going to tip at his fedora and freak out. No, how dare someone
Yeah, he's
mention
going to bring on that Redditor again to try and debunk Christianity.
God and their spirituality at a funeral. Okay, buddy.
Erica also had a message.
Okay, now I got a question again. Maybe I'm
Go ahead.
overthinking.
Thank you. Who did this clip?
I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever accused Rich of overthinking. I forget one of the Twitter accounts. We
Okay.
shouted pretty much all of them out.
But whoever did, thank you for removing the clap sound effect. We really deeply appreciate you doing that.
But why was she batting her nose there? She wasn't. There was.
Oh my god, because she touched her fucking
Bro,
nose.
stop, man. Like, are you real? Like, you're really auditing the widow's tears and the widow's cream. Like, this guy really is doing that. That's crazy.
Holy
ready to clip.
Oh my God, the Pickering has to be you as RTU, obviously, and me as every black guy he's ever feuded with.
We're putting more blackface.
Every black guy he's ever feuded with. That'd be so jokes.
Like, why is this going on so long?
For the glory of God.
Okay.
Erica also had a message.
You touched her nose?
Dude, that's probably what every woman Rich has ever been with has thought, oh, why is this going on so long?
That it?
Okay, now I got a question again. Maybe I'm overthinking,
What's
but
his
why was she
goal?
back?
Members for a full shirtless stream while
my
wearing
God.
a custom large-breasted man hat.
Okay, well, it's a living. Okay, Richard. Anything
Out of
to
your nose.
avoid getting a job, huh?
You're serious political streamers.
Oh, like he's gonna give us his hot political take shirtless there. It's really gonna move the needle, bud. You're
Yeah.
saving America, Rich.
There, she wasn't. There was. Why do that? There's nothing there. It's bone dry. It's bone dry.
Stop, buddy. You're not
I mean, you
auditing
can
the
see.
widow's tears. Like, this is crazy, Rich. Do you not realize the optics of this are
Even
Holy
it doesn't
shit.
need to be an AK.
I just don't think he cares.
It was fine, but then you do like these extra things for dramatic effect, and yes, it's weird.
That's
it's weird.
fine.
It's weird. It's weird.
even if that is the case, like, this is an important event for not only her husband's legacy and memory, but politically for the nation. And so if she does have to be performative in order to successfully accomplish that, who gives a fuck? But let's be real, like, she is authentically grieving. Her husband was just murdered in cold blood right in front of
No,
her.
he presses the applause button as like a nervous tick. Like, essentially, you know, the clap sound effect is his version of like a nervous tick, or like biting your nails, or like messing with your hair, or fucking whipping out a fidget spinner, or checking your phone. Like, it's a nervous tick. And every time he feels like, I guess, nervous about something he just said or did, he has to press the applause button as like a fucking cope to try and convince the audience that what he did was, you know, worthy of praise.
Fucking eyes.
And her
Get a
kids
grip.
don't have a fucking father. Okay, and they ask, where's daddy every fucking day. All right? What?
There was nothing there. You were snot free.
You're auditing
buddy.
her boogers? Sir.
Buddy, oh my gosh.
Sir.
People like cry for a bit and then stop crying eventually. They don't just cry forever.
I know, but I'm crazy.
Why do you care? You're a gay. You're a
Hold on, wait, let's just see. I forgot if... Oh, wait, no, we're not on his channel. Fuck. I don't remember... What's his channel name? Oh, Rich... Dude, I cannot remember the name of his fucking channel. I forgot if it was on this channel or not. Look, he's just gone back to making a bunch of Switch sloppa videos. It might have been on his other channel. Let's see. There was one where he, like, started crying. Dude, even Dreamcast guy was telling him to get fucking help. That's brutal, man. When even Dreamcast guy is telling you you need to get help, it's over. I remember he made that video crying and shit. You guys remember that? Oh, well. It doesn't matter.
Well, he's just, listen, as much as he calls Craig a grifter, this is clearly a grift. The guy is desperate. His videos are gaining no traction. He's losing viewers, losing money. So he's desperately trying to pivot to anything that he thinks will work. He sees bread tubers. He sees people like Hassan raking in thousands upon thousands of dollars, and he thinks that this is going to be him. But it's not, because he's a talentless, know-nothing hack. Oh. It's a transparent grift.
Wait, he made a new video yesterday. He didn't.
I know the X. Well, yeah, he's once again, it's rich today, rich tomorrow. We're gonna have a look at his Trump fascist video in the comments. Hopefully, he didn't janny them. But they're pretty jokes.
I get it. I get it.
To the savior of the world.
Yeah, you're another fucking charlatan. Look at the fucking group of charlatans right here.
What are you talking about, man?
Dude, he's so fucking pissed.
Because they believe in Jesus and the Republican Party, they must automatically be charlatans, right? Like, by the way, like, out of all of the people to call charlatans, like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK probably are the most authentic to their agendas out of anyone in MAGA, and I think probably do sincerely believe the shit they say, even if you think it's crazy. Like, I don't really think that RFK is pretending about the things that he says.
Trying to dismantle science. I got my fucking shots today, RFK. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, my. Oh, dude, he's so fucking badass. He got vaxxed. Imagine thinking that's a fucking flex in 2025, bro. He got his fucking COVID vaccine. Oh, boy, Rich, you really showed them.
Rich bragging. Rich bragging. He's taking the COVID vax in 2025. Enjoy your booster, buddy.
Yeah, let's hope the blood clots come swiftly.
Enjoy your booster, but he's Tylenol maxing. Let's go.
I'm actually joking.
He's on booster 35. Let's all applaud Rich. Keeping us all safe.
I'm choking on my ginger ale.
Oh
my
God. That's so funny flexing about getting boosted, buddy. I got my booster. Oh, no, he's boosted. How does that make you feel, RFK? I took the booster shots, man. I'm healthy, even though I'm a 400-pound walrus. Okay, Richard.
Why do I need to turn off? This is why I live stream. Political commentators on both sides live stream and make money talking about this shit.
Well, you condemned them for years as all being grifters. Like, this is one thing he's been consistent about for like 15 years on YouTube, is that people that do politics are a grift, but I guess it's okay when he does it, right?
Oh, dude, fuck off with it. Fuck off with it. That's it. Fuck off.
So he's saving America, though.
Yeah. He's making a difference, pal.
Oh, yeah.
From the grief of a lost soul.
In fact, I think what he's doing right now makes liberals turn more conservative. They're like,
yep,
this is the guy on our side. I don't know.
I don't even think liberals would watch this. They'd be like, this is boring and crap. Like, I'm going to go watch Vosh or something. Like, they're not going to watch, like, conservatives are just going to shit on him and be pissed that he's doing it. And liberals are going to be bored and tune out. Like, it's pleasing no one.
And what's even more pitiful is the massive ASMR in the background. Like, that just signals massive fucking coomer. Because the only guys that watch ASMR are people who jerk off to it, bro. Like, come on. I mean, you basically just have a sign up in the back of your fucking set that says, I'm a gooner. So everybody's going to take you super fucking serious, I'm sure.
As he doesn't get that.
By the way, look at this. So he made the Xbox video, right? 13,000 views. So look at this, Ash. Let's examine this. So he loses subs
minus
daily.
500 subs.
But the day, the day that he does that, 100 subs plus.
It's almost like he should just put the tech and gaming takes in the bag, and that's what built his entire career, and nobody wants anything different from him, so just do what people actually want.
Yes.
No, I'm burned out. Go get a job. No, I want to spurg about Trump. Everyone is spurging about Trump. Everybody's either spurging about Trump or sucking his balls. People are tired of Trump, okay? Please, for the love of God, man.
He is still negative 500 this week, so
yeah.
Not good, not good.
Overwhelming.
Well, Rich, if you don't care about the money, then turn off your super chats. How about this?
If you're just doing it to save America, bro, why do you need to get paid, bro? Oh no!
I love how these lolcows read out the hate for us.
I know. Why would you do that? Like, just ignore it or ban them, bro. Like, move on. Like,
thank you, Rich, for telling us what he said.
He needs to continue. He's like, that person's putting thoughts in people's heads. I need to counter that. It's like most people probably didn't even fucking read it, but now everyone did.
Profiting off his death. Me doing live streams where I always do commentary, hero, or them wanting you to buy a Charlie Kirk wristband that the money goes right to TPUSA.
I don't know. Like, well, hold on. Like, TPUSA is the organization that Charlie Kirk built and gave his life for. If anybody should be making money from his death, wouldn't it be the organization he built and gave his life for, as opposed to you, a fat fuck, trying to stand tall on his grave and grift? I think it makes more sense for TPUSA to get the money, no?
For a low price of $25 a month. That is the lowest you can. Can you put in other? Oh, well, you could put in other.
So he's cooked. Yeah, cooked. Whoa, Richard.
This guy.
I just don't know why he always talks before he checks things and then always gets embarrassed.
I have the perfect simile for this.
Debunks himself.
Hang on.
Let's ring the bell for Rich.
Yeah, do that. I have the exact fucking simile.
I love how, though, Rich, who literally does nothing but get high and play video games, which, by the way, on his big break this week, he's played 81 hours of video games on Steam, according to his profile, just to let you know. He said he'd be working really hard, though.
Was it Elden Ring?
No.
Oh my god. 85 hours. See, this is the thing, is when Rich says he's so busy all the time, it's like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, this is a full-time
All right, awesome.
content
Thanks, nigga. All right.
who literally doesn't even take care of his own kids. They live in a different fucking house than him. His parents probably take care of his house, so he doesn't have to cook or clean or anything like that. All he has to do is roll out of his fucking pull-out mattress and get on his computer and start live streaming. But I guess, you know, he needs his 11 hours plus of gaming in a week, while not even doing so on stream, which is crazy. And Tony Esquire with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Yo, Griffin, yesterday was awesome for me. I watched Pentagon liberals cry over Trump ending a war and awarding Kirk the Medal of Freedom. Isn't that sad that that's like the new, you know, the new thing is, you know, now they're upset that Trump ends a war. Like, that's really telling, honestly. It's sad that we're at this point, but I'm kind of glad the mask is off. It's just absolute batshit insanity. They'd rather the war continue on than Trump get a win. Quite sad.
Else this time, I think we actually have it in the folder. If not, I'll get it in for the next review tech segment.
Is it
but
Digimon?
This guy who's literally done nothing believes that his donations that he accepts are totally okay, but an actual political activist organization that's growing all the way across America and building up support on college campuses and holding conventions and conferences doesn't deserve money. It's just bizarre, Rich. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Not gay. Yeah, the new Digimon game actually does go hard, bro. It's actually good. Look at this, Ash. This is a review tech whenever he talks. Literally everything he fucking.
By the way, I just laugh. You know, Rich said like the DSP tattoo, him getting the tattoo would be a viral moment, and you know he permanently put that on his body for a viral moment. We got more of a viral moment.
Yeah, nobody even cared.
Moment out of the dented zone than he ever did by permanently scarring his body with Phil. And he was able to shave the Phil facial hair off, take the Hawaiian shirt off and the adult diapers off. Your tattoo is forever for much less return, Rich.
How's the Trump therapy coach stream going?
It's called it out for exactly what it is. Oh man, why would he read that out? I don't think it was a super chat. Oh my god,
he's reading the free
oh
chat.
My god,
He
man.
couldn't help but read it out because, you know, deep down he knows it's true, so it was like screaming at him from a distance. You know, Rich just couldn't help but, you know, fully embrace that comment. You know, he could not avert his eyes from it. The truth burned into his brain like a freshly lit fire. It only confirmed Rich's homosexuality. Yeah, that dude is so gay, bro. He said Keffels was hot. Like, that's all you need to know. The dude's homosexual as fuck.
As Mersh says, that makes me blind reading that.
The free chat makes him blind. I love that.
Me? I'm coping. Randy
yes.
has said to me, you know, because this is a person that's very, well, let's see, you only voted once in your life. Well, no, I've actually voted more than once, but for president once, yes.
Yeah, this is your deep fucking, you know, political commentator here. You know, he's got so much experience with politics. He's only voted once in his entire, 44-year-old life or 43-year-old life? Like, come on, bro. I've voted 3 times for the president.
Oh my god, bro.
So he's voted one
Dude, I'm 27 and I voted for the fucking president 3 times.
time in his entire life for president. And he wants to lecture us all about politics.
I have to do it again? That's every time he takes a step. He's like, I voted more than once.
Well, maybe,
once for a president.
Yeah. Well, maybe maybe Review Tech should thank Trump for actually getting him politically active, since it seems like the only time he cared was once he entered the clown world of the Trump presidency. I don't know.
They're calling him Sideshow Dickers. He's sideshow stickers.
Go back to watching Phil. You suck ass at politics. This is a fucking joke. Like,
Oh my god.
The truth.
Why would you
Call
do this?
this funny.
Why would you
That's psychotic.
Yeah,
dude.
it's like, go back to your fucking lane, Rich. Laughing at fucking DSP, who is, you know, somehow lapping you in every aspect of life.
Dude, no wonder he went on a mental health break, buddy. Can you blame him?
Ash, they're calling him Sideshow Blob.
Sideshow blob, bruh. That's savage. Man. I love our chat. I love it. We have the best chat.
It is the
folks.
funniest
Best
chat, bro. You know what's funny with like Sideshow Blob? It's like an open net. It's so easy.
Yes.
But like
Yes.
we all miss it somehow. But one guy's just like,
Nails it.
Sirs, you missed this one.
parenting skills. 7 years too late. Okay. You seem very confident, like you don't have to personally attack me, and you're very much secure in your political choices. And
Can I just rewind? I gotta hear this. Hang on. Let's
what? Skills. 7 years too late. Okay. You seem very confident, like you don't have to personally attack me, and you're very much secure in your political choices. And have a great day. I got
the stress side, the cope side,
the seed.
to get her
That's a
backstory together because again, it's alleged. It's take it with a grain of salt, but she was running some kind of missionary, which may have in Romania that may have been involved.
buddy. What the f are you talking about? Remove the tin foil from thy bald ass head and come back to fucking reality. We got Bags Bunny Real Dead in chat saying DSP is having a meltdown right now. Is the sky also blue? Like, I'm sure it's true, my friend. Like, I'm sure it's true.
We're going to definitely cover that. You know, apparently, yeah, he had a meltdown about us again.
Did he really? About us again?
Got 2 DMs about
But I thought he wasn't going to react to us anymore and give us what we wanted.
Look, we already
That's
have
strange,
Phil on
isn't it?
Wednesday. So now we're going to have Phil on Wednesday and Friday.
man.
Like, please, God.
Me if I'm mixing things together in child trafficking.
Oh, he did it without saying our names?
Right,
Phil.
okay. It's okay, but I thought he wasn't going to pretend we didn't exist. I guess that was a lie, too. We got Cosmic Zombie for 500. You have to be trapped in a space station for 1 year with RTU or iDubbbz. Who are you choosing? Well, Review Tech would probably be a good source of food on the space station. Like, you could feast upon his blubber for quite some time, whereas iDubbbz wouldn't sustain you for that long.
Well, I'll be real. Okay, so besides the food thing, very funny. I would pick Review Tech because I feel like even though we don't like each other, it'd be better conversation than with iDubbbz. You know what I mean?
I mean, iDubbbz stinks, too.
Exactly.
I mean, Dickers probably can't wipe his ass, though. I don't know. But we could melt Dickers fat and keep the reactor on the space station running for like 10 years.
Do both. You know what? Let's do. See, I'm thinking with Review Tech, we could at least discuss video games or something. With iDubbbz, what's there to talk about? It's like being, you know, let's do a poll here. Would you rather be stuck on a space station with, okay? That is the poll we're doing right now.
Bringing children.
Here we go. iDubbbz or RTU. Let's see what the chat thinks. All right. Create. There we go.
To places like Israel again. Here's Israel again.
Whoa, anti-Semitic. Oh, buddy. I don't know. First time they're Review Tech.
Bro, fucking Review Tech's now anti-Israel. Let's go.
Whoa, buddy. Welcome to the alt-right in 2017, Review Tech.
Holy shit. Wow. Looks like RTU's taking the fucking cake here, huh? With 64%.
Then she was found by Trump's modeling agency. Dude.
Whoa.
Who? Oh my God, man.
Okay.
Holy shit, dude. What are those deviled eggs? It's sushi, isn't it? Like, he's eating sushi with a fork?
Look, I ate at the start of the segment because I was dying of hunger, but I waited for Ashton to talk and I ate like this.
Yeah.
Review Tech's like, remember the one I sent you, Ashton? The one where he was eating like the pudding?
That was gross.
Remember? And he's like slopping it into his mouth.
Oh,
you can hear every slop, every
so
slurp.
Gross, dude. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, my God. He's seething about Camelot now.
Oh, wow, Camelot. What's up, Camel? Let's see.
But it's very apparent that Rich doesn't really leave his house. Rich.
Why would you play that?
Is it really even his house?
Why would you play that? Look at Review Tech. Look at zoom in on him. He knows Camelot. Just got him.
That's a fucking tabling, bud.
Oh, buddy.
Tabling.
That's
a lot of
tough.
That's buddy. Look at him. Why he's so concerned. He's like, why did I hit play on this? Buddy, his face here is crazy, dude.
Maybe not as much.
So I don't leave. I never leave my house.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have life experience. I don't do.
Bro, he's so fucking pissed. Holy shit. Dude, he's fucking fuming. All right, we gotta rewind it back.
He's like, why did I hit play on this? Buddy, his face here is crazy, dude.
Maybe not as much.
So I don't leave. I never leave my house.
Yeah.
You know,
Just
I
like
don't
Phil,
have life
your brother.
experience. I don't do anything.
That's true.
I don't have
Yeah.
kids. Actually, I'm a single virgin that lives in a closet.
Good. I'm glad.
Well, you might not be a virgin, but you are single. You live on a pull-out mattress from a fucking couch in your parents' basement. So, is that really that much better than a closet?
He finally admitted the truth. The only thing that isn't true is that he had children, but it wasn't by getting laid. It was through artificial insemination. So he would have a steady source of eyeballs to eat. You understand?
No, how do you know what I do? So you're gonna.
Dude, that's the thing is like leftists have to obsess over sex because most of them are just depraved, degenerate fucks. Like, you know, they always throw out their personal cuck fantasy as like an own because they know deep down how repulsive and disgusting it actually is. So they try and like hurl that accusation at you when in reality they are the ones that have the cuck fantasies or, you know, are incels or whatever it might be. Let's not forget, Rich was literally offering to let Becky Boop move into his parents' house until his fucking baby mama said that she wouldn't bring the kids over there anymore if he did. This is a woman Rich had not talked to for years. A woman who had lived in Korea with another man up until that point, so they weren't even dating. And Rich was ready to move her in with him because he's that fucking desperate to get laid. So just keep that in mind. This is the guy hurling insults at you. An obese 43-year-old man who got fucking baby trapped by one of these fucking welfare queen types who just lives off of child support and government benefits. So that is your fucking ultra giga chad Review Tech USA. God, I wish I was him.
Tell me that I don't know about life and I don't know about grief,
Yes.
motherfucker. Didn't you not?
Well, not really. You don't know.
I mean, his knees know the grief of carrying around his 400-pound frame.
Yeah, his fucking staircase.
Oh
fucking.
my God.
Yeah, his chair knows grief for sure. Yeah.
He cries.
Find out about his kid until he was way older. Yeah, but didn't he not be a part of her life until
So
when?
Review Tech USA, by the way.
Rich, you're not a part of your kid's life. You don't even live with them.
Tries to pretend like he's always staying in his lane down on level 1 and he's chill and meaningful and positive. But then he immediately goes after Camelot's kids and his family. Like, Rich cries all day long when people bring up his kids or his family situation, but then feels like it's acceptable to go after Camelot's kids. Just goes to show that Rich, again, has no principles whatsoever.
Bro, and, well, he does no mourning. It's true. He did lose a million sub channel.
That's true.
R.I.P.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like he just discovered her fairly recently. Why are you making it like I'm saying all these things and you're doing this to make it like I'm being some insufferable?
But
We
sir,
are.
you're oh my God. Today's like look in the mirror
buddy.
day. Like, buddies, are you guys joking me? Are we playing a game here?
I'm not saying I'm superior to anybody, but I'm not gonna. Why are you attacking me when this is the?
You literally act like you're better than anyone on the right at all. Anyone like slightly to the right of you, you're better. You're like, oh, you guys are
I mean,
terrible.
this guy has actually said in the past that he's better than Boogie and better than Wings and better than Phil. Like, he'll actually say that stuff. It's
You know,
cringe.
but I mean, Boogie's doing better than you, RTU. Crazy to say that, but it's true.
The situation at hand.
Yeah, I think Boogie weighs less than Rich now, right? Didn't Boogie lose a bunch of weight? And I mean, the chick that he's porking is definitely way hotter than any woman Rich has ever been with.
Now, Wings, I mean, it's debatable, right?
I think Wings is doing worse. To be honest.
Yeah, I'll be fair. I'll be fair with
Wings
Review
is
Tech.
really on the bottom of the barrel right now, but maybe he can turn it around.
Yeah, we'll bring him on as third chair.
That makes sense. What is my life?
Can you imagine if he had to stream for like more than 2 hours? Oh my God.
Life experience and everything have to do with the obvious shit we're seeing in front of us. Tim Pools, bitch. Good. I'm glad you said.
Look at it. Did you see Review Tech's handshaking? Bring it back.
The
Like,
obvious
watch-
shit
Someone
Look at the stress.
Someone said with Wings, we're gonna need more than one extra chair.
we're seeing in front of us. Tim Pools, bitch.
Have you heard?
Good. I'm glad you stopped following me too, because you're fucking stupid. I don't like.
Have you heard the state of Wings' chair? Like how squeaky it is? It's crazy, bro.
It's loud, dude. It's loud.
You, Camelot. Don't pretend that you do. You don't like me either.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Camelot loves Rich and like collaborated with him back in the past, and they were like buddies, and he swept for Rich.
Yep, and then Rich threw him under the bus because he's right-wing, dude, so therefore he's a heckin' Nazi, and therefore, you know, it's Rich's moral obligation to burn that bridge.
Like, am I wrong? I'm pretty sure that was the case.
I mean, Camelot, I'm pretty sure doesn't like Rich. I'm pretty sure.
You're paid to not like.
They were friends in the past. So.
Me.
Well, now he doesn't. Yeah, at least now.
I'm just simple.
You're paid to not like me? Well, why should he if he's more right wing? You fucking.
I don't understand. Like, so then, Rich, are you paid to not like Charlie Kirk? Or like, it doesn't make any sense.
I just dislike you for free.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even like fucking Camelot. Well, buddy, you have super chats turned on during the segment. You're going after Camelot.
I like
Camelot. Camelot swept for Ricada a lot.
Yeah, he came around eventually. You know.
Oh yeah, once he saw the way the wind was blowing and then decided that he would grift off of it himself, yeah.
Yeah.
Why does everyone hate Camelot? Even the VTubers don't like him? Maybe he tried to fuck him, I don't know.
That's true, but I don't hate the guy. I like him.
Other right-wing propagandist who had to go this way because people got sick of your fucking GameStop stories. Yeah, I had a failed channel, but at least my failed channel actually went to 1 million.
What a cult, buddy. Like, it's an insane cult.
I failed superiorly. Wow.
It's such a cult, Rich.
I like the GameStop fucking stories. Wasn't that Jay on your channel?
Yes, that was Jay telling his GameStop stories also, and Rich also has done telling GameStop stories.
Rich's #1 video was literally Jay telling his GameStop employee stories. I forgot about that. That's actually fucking funny.
Also, I got bored of you after a couple 100,000, which I believe you are still at. Yeah, I also, you know, if you consider life experience making a kid and forgetting that they exist, then you beat me in spades. Oh, wow.
What?
Well, Rich, you might as well have forgotten your kids exist. Where the fuck are they? They're not living with you. What difference would it make at that point?
What, he has like a child that...
They might be better off if you forgot about them.
Like, the woman is... Wait, what? You don't see your
honestly,
kids.
Review Tech is now starting to melt my mind.
Yeah,
like, it's getting fucking brutal.
You know it's bad when you could do 3 hours of Phil, but 20 minutes of Review Tech, you fucking...
You know, it's sad. Like, he's actually worse than Phil.
He is.
Oh, man.
I have a daughter after. Now she's, what, fucking 15? Man, I mean, hey, I guess that's life experience, right?
You're watching somebody, and like, to be serious for a moment, you're watching somebody...
Wait, okay, Camelot apparently has a kid. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's like, he's not with the girl. Who cares? You and Lauren broke up and you have 3 kids, and you went with like Becky Boop. Like, why are you acting like you're better than
Review
Camelot?
Tech, buddy. You didn't fucking visit your daughter in the hospital when she was sick. Your negligence, buddy.
Yeah, and
she was in there for 6 months, and you visited 3 times. Well, your fucking baby mama was there every day.
By the way, divorces and breakups happen all the time. Like, shut the fuck up.
Leaned back, reclined in their chair, who was grossly overweight.
His daughter's 15. Yeah, Rich is probably just upset that she didn't back her phone up in his Dropbox. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. That's where the source of the beef came from. He found out that Camelot had a 15-year-old daughter, and, you know, Rich made the, you know, I guess, I don't know, what would you call it? Like, he inquisited on whether or not she needed a source to back up her phone. And, you know, when Camelot denied, you know, letting her use Rich's Dropbox to do the phone backup, I guess Rich got pissed off and burnt the bridge. He's like, those were supposed to be my bikini pictures. You know, I guess his stash was getting a little bit stale. 3 times? Holy shit, that's awful. Yeah. I feel bad for his kids either way. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, imagine this being your dad. Like, fuck, bro. How are you supposed to respect that? How are you supposed to respect that? He takes his fucking shirt off for money, you know, entertains a bunch of closeted homosexuals in order to, you know, extract super shekels from them, sleeps on a pull-out mattress on a fucking sofa bed in his parents' basement, spurgs out about Trump constantly. Like, I hate to break it to Rich, but statistically speaking, his sons are going to be extremely right-wing, which means, you know, he's going to have to own the chuds in his own household. Oh, wait, he doesn't live with them. Never mind.
Wait.
Oh.
Who...
Oh, no.
Sits on the internet all day. Right?
Oh, no. You can't say fucking anything. Teacher, my hand is up. My hand is up. Call it. You can pause it and talk at any time, sir. You got anything to say there, Dickers?
He's like, can you believe he called me a fat slob?
No, his daughter's not autistic. What happened is apparently she had like some sort of disease or something, and apparently the medicine that they gave her made her blind as like a side effect. So, yeah. She's not autistic. She's blind.
Oh, fuck, on the internet?
buddy.
Like, that is.
Well,
you.
if the shoe fits, you got to wear it there, huh?
There's smoke, buddy.
And now look, I'm not trying to throw a stone in the glass house.
I've lost over 60 pounds at this point.
What a cult, buddy. What a lie. Prove it, Rich. By the way, it was also proven that Rich was on Ozempic, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
He got caught taking Ozempic, and it's not even helping. And by the way, he got weight loss surgery years ago, and he beat the surgery through.
He beat the surgery, and now he's...
Bro, holy shit, man. Dude, the thing is, as a normal human being, if you don't eat a ton of food for like 3 days, when you try to eat a lot after that, you're just like, ugh, I don't want to eat anymore. Like, you have to power through that feeling to, like, stretch your stomach back out. Especially if you had the fucking gastric bypass surgery. Like, holy shit, man.
Yeah. Eating Ozempic.
He's on Ozempic, and he's still fat as fuck.
The only W's he gets is versus Ozempic or weight loss surgery.
Yeah, he is undefeated against those.
Literally every day.
Listen,
Again, what
I gotta say, like, when you're at the point of arguing about whether or not you left your house, you've already lost. You know?
Yep.
Like, no, I swear.
Hey, at least I'm honest, right? You know, I don't go anywhere.
I leave my house every day. Do you really, though? You know, there's a reason everyone doubts it, you know?
I have to leave my place every day. I have a dog, so I actually have a believable story.
You talking about me? What does you're talking about my appearance? You're assuming things about my life experience, which you're wrong about. What the fuck does any of that have to?
Yeah, you've never.
He's never assumed anything about anybody. Phil, Boogie,
Charlie Kirk,
Charlie Kirk's widow, and she's clearly not grieving, and it's all fake according to you. Like, shut the fuck up, man.
He's calling me fat. Okay, sir.
Well, if the
we've watched the thing about Rich's weight loss. Let's see if it's still up. Oh wait, I think it's just.
Yeah, first off, I have no sex drive. I have low T. I have the testosterone of like a 90-year-old man. I don't have sex. I pretty much can't have sex at this point in my life.
Dude,
Why?
that is so quiet.
Because I had weight loss surgery, and weight loss surgery, one of the side effects is your testosterone goes lower.
Maybe.
No, it's deal with this.
Because there's always like people, like perfect example. You know what people say about me, Wings? They still to this day say I got gastric bypass surgery. I never got it. You know, when people do, I just kind of fuck with them and I just joke around. Like,
I have low T. I have the testosterone of like a 90-year-old man. I don't have sex. I pretty much can't have sex at this point in my life.
Why?
Because I had weight loss surgery, and weight loss surgery, one of the side effects is your testosterone goes lower.
Dude, I'm like horny like an 18-year-old still.
No,
really?
He couldn't resist. He couldn't resist.
I pretty much don't.
Did I really say that out loud? Did I really say that out loud? Did I really say that out loud? I never got it.
Because I had weight loss surgery. And weight loss surgery, one of the side effects is your testosterone goes lower.
Dude, I'm like horny like an 18-year-old still.
No,
really?
Really?
Don't.
Yeah, so he had it.
The 5XL shirt fit there, dickers.
Do with how weird she acted. Where are the Epstein files? Stick to the fucking script.
Stick to the fucking script. Dude, he literally just did stick to the fucking script. That's the leftist cope on everything now. It's all they have.
What? The Epstein files? Like, Epstein files?
Yeah, what does that have to do with Charlie Kirk?
Files. Whoa, buddy, you got him, pal. The Epstein files. Camelot's responsible for Epstein.
Yeah,
he's losing his mind, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Push all this aside. Where the fuck are the Epstein files? Joe, get him out there. Release the fucking Epstein files.
Were you calling for it 10 years ago?
I'm sorry to say, but Camelot has no authority to get anything about the Epstein files, okay?
You know?
I'm going to be real. He drives cars and streams. He's not going to be getting no Epstein files.
But I mean, I don't know one way or the other, but does Camelot say they shouldn't be released?
No,
like I don't. I mean, there's some desperate grifters on the right who are so desperate to suck Trump's balls that they go along with sweeping the Epstein files.
No.
But for the most part, everybody on the right is pretty unanimous that Trump should release them.
Well, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a humiliation fetish.
You do.
What is this? There is no substance to this video. I have a humiliation fetish?
Yeah.
You do!
Because
you absolutely do. Like, everybody gets that vibe from Rich, right? That he definitely has a humiliation fetish. Like, you can tell, like, he wants to be fucking degraded. Especially by a woman. I mean, you have to have a humiliation fetish if you're bedding fat chicks. Especially fat single moms. Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 3. Why are these guys so obsessed with Richard? It's more so they just like to make fun of him.
You're playing a video of someone shitting on you.
Yeah, he's like, oh.
Why would you play a video of someone shitting on you if you don't have one?
There you go, buddy.
Speak my mind and don't hold back. And here's the thing. Unlike a lot of people who are fucking MAGA, I don't slander people because I don't like them.
What a lie.
Yo,
he does that all the time.
That's your entire fucking thing.
Oh my God, he's giving me a headache.
That's your thing. Take some Tylenol, bud.
Oh,
manic?
no, I'm autistic.
How the hell
enough.
am I being manic?
Manic? How am I being
We got Frank Booth 666 for 5 subs.
Let's go.
Kirk assassinated.
Let's go to your movie stocks. I can't.
Okay, so guys, today...
I can't.
Yeah, we'll save this for
Oh,
next.
wait, actually, you know what? Before we move on from Review Tech, let's go to his channel and let's pull up his video on Trump's fascism and just have a look at some of the comments.
Sure.
No, not the ASMR, Andy.
He's doing shorts. You impressed?
I can't. Oh my God.
Is the ASMR just breathing heavily? He's struggling to take that out, huh? Oh my God, he has a whistle in his nose.
Oh.
I'm speechless, bro. All right, Rich.
Auntie Cat is crying downstairs. Auntie Catherine is crying. Please.
We lost 100 viewers. We lost 100 viewers when I did that.
Buddy, we're done.
I just want to...
Oh my God. So here he is.
100 people.
Review Tech subjecting his audience to gay buddy. Like, what is this? Gay men kissing in the background?
Who does that?
Who would subject their audience to homosexuality? Are we actually going to you want to watch a minute? I was just going to read the comments. All right, let's watch a minute or two. Oh, which is Trump derangement syndrome here, which I hesitate to use that term. You know, I always thought it was kind of cringe, but it really is true in Rich's case. Like, it's actual Trump derangement syndrome where he blames every problem in his life on Trump, even though all of his problems predate Trump and will exist long after Trump and actually have nothing to do with Trump. But
Put some sauce on those zingers. What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Is Jay editing for him again?
yes,
No, Jay.
Jay crawled back after all this time.
Okay.
To the show. A couple shameless...
I guess his career fell off. Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 8. Why is this dude in the sunglasses making fun of Rich's weight? He's a Landwell himself, bit of a hypocrite. Well, you can be fat and still call somebody fat, bro. He's not unself-aware, so he's probably very, you know, constantly, always, you know, calls himself fat, but yeah. You can make fun of other people for a shared trait.
Plugs real quick. Tomorrow at
Yeah, that's the thing. PPP always does talk about how fat he is. And he makes fun of himself all the time, too.
Start with a plug, buddy.
He calls himself a person of calories.
Oh my God.
Whoa, buddy. Look at the crease. He's dented. Oh my God, his forehead is dented. Whoa.
That's a crazy head, dude.
Whoa, it's a moon crater, buddy.
Whoa, alert.
Dude, fat guys really should not wear white shirts, bro. Especially when they tuck under your fucking, you know, man tits.
He has a new shirt on.
He finally purchased his 4th shirt. Oh, man.
3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I will be streaming on this channel. We're going to take a step away from politics and just talk about Phil and...
So even as he does the politics, he knows it's over for this grift. And
dude, like, he's not even making an actual political video. He's having to pretext it, like, please watch this video, guys. Please, I swear, we'll do Phil after this. I swear, just please watch this video.
Transitioning away from it because he knows that all people want him to do is put the low energy Phil takes in the bag.
some games, and it'll be a good time. Link below in the description, top pin comment as well to the live stream. And also too, completely random, but I have an ASMR channel. I actually did an ASMR unboxing of the iPhone 17 Pro.
I'm gonna snap.
Oh, imagine actually thinking that that's content. He really believes it's going to be a 1 million subscriber channel.
Yeah, they're gonna. People are gonna flock to a burly, bald man just huffing into. As he opens up fucking technology. Yeah. It's just another excuse for Rich to blow insane amounts of money on stupid shit he doesn't need.
Our iPhone 17 unboxing, guys. I'm opening the case now. Look at this iPhone.
Let me please. I gotta see one fucking minute of it.
Begging your indulgence.
Wait, this is what we watched.
Buddy.
We watched a minute of this. 10 days, not even 1,000 views.
Ooh, look at his finger.
I spent $3,000 on Apple products.
They're so gross. He's like a fucking gorilla.
Well, here it is. Here's the unboxing.
Take it out.
Wait,
Pro Max.
is this used? Why is there scratch?
It's used. He's poor. He's desperate. Unless he fucking gooned on it to German hairy grandmas or something. I don't know.
It's refurbished.
It's over. It's refurbished.
Like I said, I got this because they're giving me an $1,100 credit.
Oh, yeah, use the $1,100 credit. Poverty alert. Poverty alert. Poverty alert. It's refurbished with an $1,100 credit with a trade-in on a payment plan.
Wait.
For my 15 Pro Max, which is still an absolute beast.
Wait, he's not even in ASMR. He's like talking.
The 15 Pro Max. What a fucking loser, man. Like, he's trading in phones that are like 2 years old.
Wait, is it unboxing if it's already opened?
I was pretty happy with it, but I couldn't say no to that scratcher.
He couldn't say no to more debt.
Was it scratched?
Did you hear that people are reporting that these scratches?
Okay. Yeah,
we lost another 100 viewers, Andy.
I'm good.
We're done. We're done.
Wait. You know what our fucking our show is like when we put on RTU? It's like those races. You have to race with a bag of rice with a cut in it.
Yes. Is Jeff on Survivor when he stabs the rice?
And you have to run with the rice.
Yeah.
Max and the iPad Air M3. Links to both my ASMR channel and my live stream tomorrow will be in the description and top pin comment.
Okay. We
didn't even get to the part where he's seething about Trump yet. So let's have a look here. Hold on.
Mark Zuckerberg's Meta for $25 million due to censorship, he claimed, Trump, on both
there
Instagram.
Was censorship. So he's like, listen, the reason all these companies are settling with Trump and paying him the millions of dollars, Rich, is because they did deplatform him. They did censor him at the direction of the Biden administration. Like, it's a proven fact. And if it went through the whole process, Trump would have got even more money. So Richard is just seething that Trump is winning legal cases, is what he's crying about, and saying that that's fascism when it's actually how the justice system is intended to work.
Yeah. I'm going to buy those fucking Meta Ray-Bans. Those look sick, eh? Did you see those? The one we wear the wristband and you could like, have you seen, hey, Ash? Have you seen the Meta Ray-Band? Ray-Bans?
What?
It's like the glasses. They look fucking crazy. I'm buying a pair.
Rich, tomorrow I was shut down by Donald Trump because of this video. Let's not get into it. And we got Josh here. I wish I still had my other damn channel. Philip says, Rich, let's put the edibles away. A large bald man talks about politics. More on that at 11. Stop overusing the word fascist. It's getting tired. Biden's admin put pressure on social media companies to ban people who said things he didn't like. Senator Harris called for Trump to be removed. He didn't complain. Kimmel is a talentless loser. Can't argue with that. Being a lolcow won't bring you back. I wish I still had my old channel. Yeah, we do as well. I haven't watched Rich in about 3 years. It must absolutely suck to have spent time trying to destroy a guy only to wind up breaking yourself instead. It's fake, just like January 6th.
Rich has finished his comment right here.
And the fact I got a membership is absolutely hilarious. He got a free membership.
He didn't watch it for 3 years.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We hear you loud and clear.
All right, let's go with your movie sucks.
What, like review text, like that friend you have that you bring out? And he's always
they did remove his YouTube account. Every single social media simultaneously banned him.
And everyone
hates him. But you keep bringing him out because you're like, oh, well, John's not that bad, is he? And everyone's just like, could you stop bringing fucking John around? He's a f***.
Like, let's just see real quick. I think he made a video. Oh, what is it called? Yeah, that. Let's just see. Oh, my history with Xbox. DSP Gaming A. Oh yeah, I remember we looked at that. Let's see what this is.
All right, you're looking at gameplay.
Hold on. Look, 1.5 thousand views in 2 weeks from spending $3 grand on Apple products. Jesus. That's pretty brutal, man.
All right, you're looking at gameplay footage right now of Halo Combat Evolved. This is the
Halo Combat Evolved. Like he's trying so hard to sound like he has a nice radio voice. Dude, it just sounds so unnatural.
Master Chief Collection version, but I was like, screw it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play it in the, because you could change the graphical settings to the retro, how it looked on the original Xbox, or you could play it as the enhanced version. So I said, hey, this video is kind of about nostalgia, so I'll play the
Dude, this is about all I can take.
regular version. Even, well, it's not the regular version for the original Xbox, but you get my point. Original graphics style. So, with the unofficial demise of the Xbox brand, I thought it would be fitting to kind of give my retrospective on my experiences.
Are you guys not just like rushing out to subscribe to that channel? Like what the fuck? He sounds like a moron. That's one way to put it. That's definitely one way to put it. Hold on, let me check something. I think I sent myself something I wanted to pull up before I forget. Oh yeah, dude. This shit. Look at this. Oh, whoops. On it, on that. There we go. This is the vast span of human history right here. The slop pot, food consumed greedily with fingers, loud sucking and slurping sounds. Most societies never progress beyond this. It says, I thank God every day that I am South African. Ready, guys?
Have you ever heard of black soup? Hi guys, my name is Chispa. My Benin City people gather here. This is a blend of different types of leaves. And this is my banga extra. This is my well-cooked goat meat. And this is my very soft pomo. This is my stockfish. And also this is my panla fish. I added more palm oil because my banga was not enough. Then I went in with my locust beans. I be no be locust beans them they call. Be like saying a native Maggi. Trust me at your own risk. I cover my pot and I open them again. Make sure to boil this soup well so that it go thick small. Now what is black soup without catfish? Only my Benin people will understand this one. I know some of you be wondering why I didn't put salt and Maggi. Well, it's because I properly seasoned all my protein before adding them to the soup. And I also added the meat stock. As for my pepper, I blended it together with all the leaves for the black soup, even together with my crayfish. Trust me. And if you want me to give you the names of the leaf I blended together, then you have to comment names of leaf on the comment section. Trust me. But guys, let's remove joke aside. This particular soup was a banger. I go live for you. Now, why I those states people know they joke with this soup? This is not just a soup, but it is a traditional soup. Trust me. And it's also one of the best soup in Nigeria. I know say some people go argue this thing now because them too like comparison. Well, make sure to like and share this video and see you in my next one. Bye.
Ugh. The slop. No, her voice is obnoxious as shit. Dude, that shit's so gross. The fucking green sludge. Yeah, drinking out of a bag. Now, what is this? I don't remember this. Oh, yeah. This was pretty interesting. So it says, not surprising, accordingly, the U.S. federal government is funded mostly by white males. So, yeah, you can see this is the, cumulative net physical impact per capita by gender and age. So you can see right here, it's male and female. So once a person hits 35, like men, pay way more into the system than they take out. So they're a overall net positive, you can see. But women, the entire time they pay taxes, they're a net negative to the fiscal impact of the U.S. tax system. So just kind of interesting. So even with women in the workforce, they are a net negative in terms of benefits they take out versus taxes they pay. But kind of funny. But you can see direct tax per capita by age group and gender. You can see men pay overwhelmingly more in taxes than women do. So, interesting stuff. So even with women in the workforce, it's like men still pay the majority of taxes and then also, you know, subsidize the net physical impact of women. And what's even crazier too is look at that. The longer women are alive, the more money they suck out of the system. Like, at no point do they ever contribute more than they take out. So, I don't know, man. Pretty interesting stat. Oh yeah, dude, I don't think I ever pulled this up. This was funny too. So watch this. So RFK, children who were circumcised early have double the rate of autism, and it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. Trump, there's tremendous amount of proof or evidence. I would say as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time, and this guy says, "Oy vey, this is an anti-Semitic remark. I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to clearly denounce it." So here, we'll play the anti-Semitic remark.
There's also there's many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, you know, none of this is dispositive, but all of it is stuff that we should be paying attention to.
Yeah. But, you know, there's a tremendous amount of proof or evidence, I would say, as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time ago. You know, I met Bob to lose. Yeah, go ahead.
There's also
So, oy vey, guys. Curb your anti-Semitism. How dare you get in the way of Rep. Jerry Nadler's supply of freshly cut foreskins, you anti-Semite. This guy didn't get to be 300 pounds by only having a few measly foreskins at dinner each night. He needs a nice, healthy heap of foreskin in order to feed his gargantuan gut. So, curb your anti-Semitic remarks by pointing out that giving kids Tylenol after circumcision might result in them getting autism. It's just wild, bro. Absolutely talk about a fucking self-expose. Talk about a fucking self-expose, dude. Yeah, most men who are circumcised aren't even Jewish. But yeah, it's just an insane self-own. This is an anti-Semitic remark. Oy vey, man. Oy vey. That's just insane, bro. The guilty party truly does speak first. What is this shit? I don't remember this one. Oh, yeah, that one's retarded. Oh, this was kind of interesting. I didn't know about this, but yeah, this is pretty funny. So here, we'll go back here. For the last time, Antifa is not an organization. It's an ideology. The one we fought World War II to defend. So yeah, here you go. In World War II, the first flag Marines raised upon taking the Okinawa headquarters of the Japanese Imperial Army was the Confederate one. It had been carried in the into battle in the helmet of a captain from South Carolina. So there you go. The fucking anti-fascist retard saying, we fought World War II to defend this. It's like, oh yeah, fuck off, bro. Do we need to do an early life check? Day job lawyer. Nope. Resist fascism by any means. Day job lawyer. We don't need to check. The early life is already apparent without even having to look, but it is just funny, bro. The revisionist history. Because if you actually... Because I pulled up that survey from World War II of like all the troops and stuff. And it was like 90% of them said they would rather Hitler win the war than end segregation or some shit. It's like, bro, people have some crazy revisionist history about how based or unbased that generation of guys was. Like, that was post-World War II programming. So most of the guys back then were insanely fucking based and right-wing. And on top of that, they literally had to force integration on that generation at gunpoint, which is another thing people forget. Like, you know, the greatest generation, as they're called, literally had fucking guns pointed in their face by the U.S. military to force the end of segregation. So it's just pretty funny that the so-called anti-fascist retards are rewriting history on a lot of these people. I'm pretty sure they aren't given Tylenol since most doctors who would give circumcisions didn't think babies could feel pain. I don't know about that one. But, you know, they need their flesh and blood from the baby. You know, how else is Jerry Nadler going to get a supply of foreskins for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? As well as some fresh baby blood. Yeah, that shit's gross, man. They suck the blood immediately at... Ugh. Bro, it's so gross. It is so fucking gross. But yeah, the rabbi will suck the blood off of the baby's penis immediately after circumcision with his mouth. Which is like, you know, one of those things where it's like, there was it was like herpes was spreading among babies in the Jewish community or something. It was an old headline. And it's like, gee, I wonder why. Why would herpes be spreading amongst Jewish babies? I couldn't imagine. It's just disgusting. Ugh, dude. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that. Dude, this is the shit that you tell normies and God forbid show them and they don't believe. Yeah, dude, it's like so disgusting you can't believe it's real. Like, that's the thing. If people actually knew how bad it really is, you know, our entire society would collapse overnight. If people actually knew how bad this shit really is. Well, it doesn't say not to suck the baby pee. That's right, dude. They're not breaking the law of God. Just like by putting a wire up around New York City, they can walk around on the Sabbath. Haha, we're tricking God, guys. And we're going to put all of our sins in a chicken and beat it to death. But yeah, that shit's wild, man. Bro, what the fuck is that title? Taylor Swift's actual size will make you look twice. Try not to drool? Are they talking about cock size or what the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, these fucking sloppa shorts are so bad. That is a wild title. What do you mean, beat a chicken? Have you never seen it? I doubt they're actually going to show them beating it to death, but...
Before Yom Kippur, tens of thousands of Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn will purchase and physically handle live chickens in the largest wet market in the country. With little to no PPE, they will swing the chickens around their heads as part of an annual atonement ritual called Kapporos. The chickens will be killed in about 30 pop-up slaughterhouses erected without permits on public streets in violation of 8 New York City health codes. The body parts, blood, and feces of thousands of animals will contaminate the streets for days. Because they're held in crates for up to several days with no food, water, protection from weather extremes, or veterinary care, many of the animals develop compromised immune systems and show signs of respiratory disease. The chickens make each other sick, and they also infect people who handle them with E. coli and Campylobacter. If the viruses that they harbor commingle and mutate into a more dangerous strain,
just as God intended, guys,
then these wet markets could be the source of another zoonotic disease outbreak. According to a toxicologist who studied fecal and blood samples taken during Kapporos, the ritual poses a significant public health hazard. Hasn't COVID-19 been disruptive and deadly enough?
Disgusting. But yeah, what they do is they swing the chickens above their heads, and that supposedly transfers the sins into the chicken, which then the chicken is killed as a sacrifice to God, and then you're absolved of your sins. Yeah. So, yup. Nothing but a pagan ritual, pretty much, man. Let's see. Major K with the 10. Zoomer Historian YouTube channel has a video about how British World War II vets wish the Austrian painter had won. They cite the UK going down the drain. You should definitely watch it. Yeah, we can check it out. I'm familiar. I don't really watch his videos, but I've seen his tweets. He seems pretty based. I've seen his tweets on Twitter. Let's see.
One of the most egregious myths of the Third Reich is that those who did not have blonde hair and blue eyes were treated differently. The way these people On the 14th of July, 1940, Winston Churchill said the following, quote, "But all depends now upon the whole life strength of the British race in every
Yeah, I fucking hate Winston Churchill.
part of the world, and of all our associated peoples, and of all our well-wishers in every land, doing their utmost night and day, giving all, daring all, enduring all, to the utmost, to the end. This is no war of chieftains or of princes, of dynasties or national ambition. It is a war of peoples and of causes. There are vast numbers, not only in this island, but in every land, who will render faithful service in this war, but those
He's a sellout cuck that sold out his entire fucking country and the British Empire just so he could live a life of luxury because he was a fucking broke-ass bitch.
Those whose names will never be known, whose deeds will never be recorded. This is a war of the unknown warriors." End quote. In 2006, Nicholas Pringle dared to prove Winston Churchill wrong. He decided that actually, these men's names would be known, and he sent off letters to every single regional newspaper in the United Kingdom and asked them the following, quote, "Did you serve in the armed forces or essential civilian services during World War II? I would like to find out what your opinions are of the country today, and how you have found life since the end of the war. Did you struggle to adjust to Hippie Street? Has there been enough support for veterans? I am a freelance writer and plan to compile a book with your opinions of life in the UK in 2006. Is it a disappointment, or are you happy with how your country turned out? What do you think your fallen comrades would have made of life in 21st century Britain? All opinions are welcome. If possible, please provide a bit about your war experience, your views on the country, your name, age, rank, and regiment. If you request, your name will not be published if you would prefer to remain anonymous." End quote. Not every newspaper in the country chose to print Nicholas's appeal to the veterans of Great Britain, yet a huge number did, and for the next 2 years, he bombarded every paper or magazine he could find, no matter how small, with requests for a feature. The response was overwhelming. All across the nation at once, a horde of men and women in their 80s and 90s began to get everything off their chests, and Nicholas was bombarded with the thoughts of an entire forgotten generation. The book, titled The Unknown Warriors, after Churchill's speech, is really one of a kind, and so I considered it worth sharing. Since no other survey on this scale really exists, I'll only be using Pringle's book for this video. As the newspaper segment suggests, these quotes are completely the thoughts of the men who served in World War II. I will do my best to share a selection from right across the scale to give a fair survey for the video, but I really do suggest you read the book yourselves, as there is 500 entire pages of these men and women giving their thoughts. I will give the Amazon link to the book in the description. The general consensus, however, isn't in favour of the mainstream narrative. To show this, I'll simply read out the first 2 entries. The very first response in Pringle's book is from Sergeant Richard Roberts, a then 96-year-old D-Day landings veteran. He, like the others, recounts his war experience, and then moves on to his thoughts of Britain today. Quote, "Now, my opinion of today is I'm absolutely disgusted with the way things are turning out. There is no respect shown for people. The respect is for money, not people. The terrible murders that are committed, stabbings, etc. The judges that are in charge do not produce the right penalty to suit the crime. Their penalty encourages the crime. Sometimes, those that are in prison
Amen.
are better off in than out. I am absolutely disappointed in the country, and sometimes wonder if it was worth all the suffering of a war." End quote. The second entry from Don Clark MBE, Monte Cassino veteran, reads as follows, quote, "My own experience is, the first 25 years after the war, we spent building a family and their security. It then became obvious that the politicians had taken over our lives. Today, in my dotage, I have many, many misgivings on how matters have turned out. Problems seem to be resolved by more and more legislation, instead of action at the source. Our women today have been conned into going out to work, and they are still required to do most of the chores as before, except the education of children. They no longer seem to have the skills of cooking, how to discipline children, resulting in junk food, overviewing of TV and computers. The families are no longer as close as we were. We notice on our many trips to the old battlefields how close the Italian families are. The children of today are ill-dressed, scruffy, and unable to communicate. Not their fault. What many veterans abhor is the acceptance of homosexuality as the norm. It goes against our Christian teachings, and in our youth, it was a serious offence. We went to war to defend our beloved country, our families, and our faith. The introduction of the minimum wage is another failure. As once the minimum..."
I agree. Dude, that's the thing. It's like, bro, if you've ever been around people who were of the World War II generation, they would fucking hang these homos from the fucking flagpole if they could themselves. Like, dude, this gay shit is like completely abhorrent to them. So, you know, I had a World War II veteran in my family. I think it was my mom's uncle? Maybe. I don't know exactly the family. But yeah, he was in World War II, and bro, he used to rant all the fucking time about how much he hated gay shit. Like, all the fucking when I had to, like, I helped him move into his assisted living, like, facility. And I remember, like, because my mom had, like, just dropped me off. And I was, like, helping him set up. And, like, the whole time, he was just talking about how much he fucking hated, like, the modern world shit. And how he hates watching TV now because of all the, you know.
Skip it up, faggot.
But, yeah, people really don't understand how based that generation actually was. It's literally just the boomers that fucked everything up.
Wage was legalized, it became the maximum wage. This meant all future benefits would be linked, and somewhere under the minimum wage. It was a clever move to keep
The biggest mistake that they made was having too many liberal kids. That's it.
Wages under control. An outstanding failure has been
they weaponized their children against them.
A deliberate move by many Labour councils to
And it's funny, too, because all of his children are massive lib cucks, too. So it's like, damn, that's gotta hurt.
Ignore the history of World War II as part of our heritage, and subsequently, it has not been taught in many schools. Nearly all veterans want Britain to leave the EU. We want the royal head of state to remain. We want taxes to be fair and not hidden, end quote. The following was written by Mrs. Moulds about her husband, Charles, who was rescued at Dunkirk and later went on to fight the Japanese at the Battle of Kohima. For 2 weeks in April 1944, 1,500 British and Indian troops held off 13,000 Japanese infantrymen against all odds before being reinforced. The boys of the 7th Battalion, which Charles belonged to, then played a large role in kicking the Japanese out of Burma. Upon his return to England, gravely ill with malaria, Charles met his wife, a nurse. They married in 1946. On the Kohima Memorial today, it reads, quote, "When you go home, tell them of us and say, for their tomorrow, we give our today," end quote. Mrs. Moulds wrote in, quote, "We settled in my home village of Marston Green. Of course we had a motorcycle, then a sidecar as the children came along, then a car when we had 3 children. When the health service started and the common market life was satisfactory, everything looked hopeful, but things got worse. I think it was in the early 80s the rot set in. We started to lose all our industry. Profit and money became the only aim in life. Immigration became a big problem to the man in the street. Charles often said that his years in the army, and especially his friends' lives, were wasted. He said, they stole 7 years of my life, and what for? He felt all the values of a decent, law-abiding, peaceful life were disappearing. He got quite bitter about it sometimes. It is now 18 years since I lost him, and as I look around parts of Birmingham today, you would never know you were in England. He would have hated it. He was also a very moral man, and disliked the immoral way things were going. I do not think that people are really happy now, for all the modern easy living conveniences. Regarding pensions, I think that the pension age plus the age-related handouts are adequate with a bit of common sense budgeting, although I think it is unfair that my occupational pension company make up the missing war years of the armed services. But not if one was in any essential civilian service. Nothing much is done for the veterans. The free holidays, etc. came too late. Most are dead now. My husband would have been too proud to apply for charity. Nothing is done for veterans by my council, Solihull MBC. Some of the things today that I and a lot of veteran friends disagree with are same-sex marriages, schoolgirl mothers, rubbish TV programs, so-called celebrities, and most of all, unlimited immigration. I am very unhappy about the way this country is being transformed. I go nowhere after dark. I don't even answer my doorbell then. My husband used to say he didn't want to come back to this world, and that was before 1988. I fear it is much worse now. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to give you my views. I am sorry it sounds so miserable, but I usually have a smile on my face. I lead a full life and have lots of good friends and family and make the best of things. It is hidden inside me that I worry about my grandchildren's future, end quote. Essentially unanimously, the men and women sent in replies that were against their ethnic replacement in their own country.
Dude, it's just like, if you watch those old footage, like videos of, you know, Britain in the 50s and stuff, it's just like so blackpilling. It's like, what the fuck happened, man? You know, it's like someone was put in charge whose entire purpose was to destroy that civilization. And that's exactly what's unfolding right now.
However, some were far more mild than the previous entry. A.G. Bren of the Royal Navy simply wrote in, quote, "I found it very hard to adjust to Civvy Street. I was a stranger in my own country until I met my wife. I have been married 50 years and have been very happy. Whenever we went for a foreign country, we were told to respect their ways. It was their country. All the people coming to our country should respect our ways. I support the Labour government, who I feel are doing a very good job. I don't know what my fallen comrades would afford. We came from different parts," end quote. On the whole, however, the vast majority of responses were absolutely scathing. H.C. Skipper, Normandy veteran, ended his reply, quote, "Government recognition and support, as far as I am aware, has been lacking. It took them 60 years to give us a veteran's badge. As for the state of the country today, I despair of it. Discipline has long since gone out the window, along with respect for authority and other standards. My other main dissatisfactions are soft sentences given to criminal offenders, coupled with the need for a stronger police force, unrestricted immigration, the ever-increasing hated council tax, and hospital closures due to a tottering NHS. My wife and I often say that we are glad that we are the age that we are, and she goes as far as saying that if we were younger, we would emigrate," end quote. In the same vein, F. Green, Italy veteran, wrote in, quote, "Dear Nick, yes, I served 6 years for this country. For what? 3 of those were in the Middle East. I shall be 90 years old in May, if I live that long, and a very bitter man. I don't even get free teeth or glasses. Immigrant and asylum seekers get everything. All this country thinks about is immigration and jobs. It's a pity Hitler did not get here. I was on Anzio and saw many bodies buried. If I had my time..."
Bruh, I guess he wishes he was speaking German.
"Over again, I would never have gone. So would many others I've spoken to," end quote. On page 28 of the book, I encountered the very first positive response, most likely due to the individual's financial success. Captain Blount, MC, a Scotsman from Dumfries who served in Normandy, ended his reply, quote, "After settling down, I eventually built a successful business which I passed on to my 2 sons and grandson. Now at 91 years old, I enjoy a happy and healthy life. How would have my fallen comrades found post-war Britain? No doubt, like myself, the best country to live in," end quote. In the very next entry, however, the overall trend continues. All 3 of these entries were actually in a row. So either side of Captain Blount, stating that Britain is the best country to live in, you find Mr. Green saying he wished Hitler landed, and the following man saying Enoch Powell was right. Mr. J. George, as he calls himself, lost everything in the war. Both his parents died while he was gone, and he went on to achieve victory in North Africa, Italy, and then Greece. On his return home, he found that he had lost his home, and seemingly had a very rough go of it on the dole, starting his life again at the age of 25. He finished his reply, quote, "Regarding the way my country has turned out, I've never felt so disappointed, or out of tune with society, as I am now. The do-gooders have a lot to answer for. Political correctness, lack of discipline, compensation madness, uncontrolled immigration, police burdened with paperwork. I served 10 years in the specials as sergeant. No way will I volunteer now. The only time I go into town is during the day, never at night. I see bus stops vandalized, read of fights in town at night, etc. If you see youngsters doing something they shouldn't, and you say anything, you just get a mouthful of foul language. This is the depth to which society has sunk. It was obvious 30 years or more ago what was going to happen, and was predictable. I've often said that in many respects, I am glad I am 85 and not 18. So much of what Enoch Powell said has proved correct. Unfortunately, I think there is worse to come. This is not the country I fought for. If I were younger, I think I would seriously consider emigrating. Sad, isn't it? End quote. The trend goes on and on. The next man, Jack Copley, whom was twice injured, including at Dieppe, ended his entry. Quote, I think that those who never made it back with us would be appalled if they could see the world as it is today, and would certainly wonder what had happened to the brave new world they fought so damned hard for. End quote. The next, who chose to remain anonymous, but fought in the Navy all across the world, finished, quote, my opinion of the country. Sadly, it is not the same and has lost its culture, character, and social cohesion. Without doubt, due to uncontrolled immigration of different ethnic groups, religions, and cultures, and we are no longer a powerful nation when we all benefited from our close ties to each other, all on the same side. We had discipline, no drugs or violence. End quote. The next entry.
Exactly. Kill the homogenous population by injecting a poison pill that destroys public trust, unity, and cohesion. So that way there's no possible risk of the people ever rising up and rebelling, because they can't even trust their own neighbor.
From 87-year-old Len, who had served in India, was the most scathing yet. Quote, ask my opinion of India for 3 years' duration. It is hard to describe, but filthy seems best. And to think we have allowed them to come here and stay in our country. Shame on the government since 1997, and I can't talk low enough of the men. Was stationed there for years, and I'm sure my past comrades would agree with me. To sum it up, I am disgusted with everything since the war, and knowing all this, would never have fought for my country. What I think of young, racial slur removed by author, I can't describe. Immigration is out of control, end quote. The next man, an Egypt veteran who chose to remain anonymous, had similar
Bruh.
racial grievances. Quote, my candid opinion of this country today, especially with locality, I just dare not put into words. I am still in touch with a couple of comrades who, like me, think the country is not for us. Was it worth fighting for? I say it's a pity Hitler did not get here with the state of the country today. Send them all back, with half of our current government. Take Prescott. Who would employ him? He wouldn't get a job cleaning the streets, yet he has paid £130,000, lost millions in regional assemblies. I can remember when this council was a UDC and run by interested parties like shopkeepers and people who had an interest in the community. But today, it is a business. Do as little as I can and bleed the buggers dry. You go to the council, and if you are white, you get nothing. In fact, you are lucky to get in. I could not recommend my worst enemy to come live in Britain. England, you have had it, end quote. I ended this video with the sincere intention of maintaining a balance of both positive and negative responses, and so I set out, skipping past endless pages of negatives to hunt for a positive, yet it never came. Eventually, I stopped, and could not
Yeah, dude, once I get the old man money and shit, like, fuck. I'll definitely be that crazy fucking grandpa that just, like, lays into it, you know? Super fucking hardcore. So yeah, that's the perk of being old, bro, is these fuckers can't do anything to you. Like, if you already have your money, you already got your house paid off, you got your retirement account, you can quite literally tell everybody to fuck off. So that's when you actually get your freedom.
share an in-depth entry, although negative, from a Mrs. Wade regarding her and her husband's service and the state of the nation. Quote, during the war, I served in the Voluntary Nursing Reserve at the Manchester Royal Infirmary, so I have a good idea how things have changed since then. Cleanliness and patient's comfort was paramount, and all the staff really cared in spite of the air raids, often working through the night if needed. There isn't the dedication now. The younger people of today have no respect for anyone, especially the old. They do not realize the sacrifices we made of our young lives. We brought our children up without family allowance.
Yeah, I'll be like that crazy grandpa and be like, you girls better best not bring no colored folk round here. I don't know. Maybe that'll be me. I'll be in my rocking chair, sitting across the room, eavesdropping, and if I hear a mention of something I don't like, I'll be like, that's no good. I'll just be that crazy old man. But, you know, they'll thank me for it.
Etc. Our young men were in the forces, not roaming the streets causing mayhem as they do today. We never knew if we would be killed in an air raid, so had roll call in places of work to publish who was missing. We did not know where our men were either. My husband was on the Ark Royal, so I never knew until he had leave. We only had 48 hours leave to get married. He had to rejoin the ship. Many of our ailments are due to the war and the stress, but we don't complain and look around for someone to sue. We oldies are disgusted at the way our country has deteriorated. It is no longer safe in our hands. We feel that we are foreigners in our towns and cities. It is no longer a country fit for heroes. We've been thrown on the scrap heap. Our pensions, which we paid in for all our lives, are given free to all and sundry. If there was a war tomorrow...
Yep. Same within the U.S. They get free Social Security and we have to pay tax, and we'll probably never see a fucking dime of it.
I wonder how many conscientious objectors there would be. I am afraid Mr. Churchill and Nelson would turn in their graves. We feel all our war efforts were for nothing. Disillusion.
Dude, Winston Churchill is the biggest fucking sellout ever. Now, that fucking piece of shit sold y'all out. He sold y'all out because he was a fucking drunk, bankrupt loser. So he literally took foreign money in order to engage in a fucking war that resulted in, you know, hundreds of thousands of British people dying. And then, you know, collapsed their entire empire. And then brought the third world to their doorstep. Now, Winston Churchill got exactly what he signed up for. He's a traitorous piece of shit. And, you know, if there's anywhere the Indians of Britain should shit, it's on his grave.
End quote. The next entry, from a Mr. Turner who served in Italy, spoke in much the same vein about the world of his grandchildren's generation. Quote, so far as I can recall, no one voted for or requested ethnic or cultural changes to our society, so who precisely benefits by allowing hundreds of thousands or even millions of people about who we...
Who benefits? I don't know. Maybe Lord Rothschild?
know nothing to enter our country. Why do our political elite insist in thwarting the will of the majority of voters by recommending ever closer union? What is demonstrated is a traitorous desire to permit foreigners to have a say in how Britain is governed. It is even suggested that this would be in our best interests. Never in the history of our island has it been less than traitorous to suggest that foreigners govern us." End quote. The next man, Mr. Hull, who said in the Middle East, echoed Mr. Turner's sentiments almost exactly. Quote, "I am now retired and in my 80s. It is very sad to see this country being run and taken over by foreigners who have no right or business to be here at all. Successive governments have literally sold us up the river. Being an Englishman, it is galling to feel that I and thousands of dead and living service personnel feel badly let down, whilst this country is pandering to the so-called refugees and immigrants who take advantage of benefits which we have earned and paid for in our taxes. Our children are not taught our true history or our Christian heritage, which is being withered away."
Yeah, 70% of British immigrants don't even pay for their own housing. They live in government housing on government fucking food budgets and government welfare. They don't even pay their own fucking rent. Why are those people being brought in? I don't know.
It is disappointing that we have a government of wimps and twits. I could use stronger language. Many of my age group and many younger people I have talked to are very angry that all we fought for is being whittled down to accommodate people who have their own country and customs and who come here to tell us what to do. It is time to call a halt before there is serious civil unrest on a large scale. Yours faithfully, D.G. Hull." End quote. As I continued through the book in my hunt for the elusive...
This while Keir Starmer said this week it's racist to think only native-born can be British. Well, that's because he's not British. And you can do an early life check if you'd like. You'll find exactly what you're looking for.
Second positive reply, I came across a disillusioned response from the wife of a victim of the General Sikorsky crash. For reference, General Sikorsky was the Prime Minister of the Polish government in exile. In 1943, after the Germans showed the world that the Katyn massacre was in fact committed by the Soviets, not the Germans, inevitable tension kicked off with the Polish government in exile, as the British had very clearly lied to them. The issue was quickly put to bed when Sikorsky's plane conveniently crashed off Gibraltar. Officially, it has gone down in history as an accident, but it was almost certainly sabotage, and Churchill has become the most likely culprit. The wife certainly understands the reality. Quote, "Later, 1943, mental breakdown after husband was killed in the General Sikorsky's so-called accident, later known as sabotage." End quote. And then she finished her entry. Quote, "All of this may be of no interest, but sorry, did not have the life I'd envisaged and hoped for." End quote. The entry after her was written by a clearly well-meaning man who expressed the usual disappointments. He had served in the RAF for 6 years and lost a brother to the fighting in Italy. He asked the author to keep his name confidential. Quote, "I often look back over the years, and I'm sorry to say, Great Britain has deteriorated in many ways. We are great no longer. Our work has gone, and a lot of the young ones are encouraged to live on state benefit. Illegal immigrants coming in and living off the state. Our pension doesn't rise very much, and our culture seems to be taken away from us. I am sorry to state my views this way, and to know the numbers of people who were killed and suffered during the two wars. Even today, our troops have to endure the hardship of other countries. Our politicians of all parties only look up to themselves. We should welcome immigration, but when people come to live in our country, they should abide to our culture." End quote. After a few more entries, however, I did actually find the next positive response from Mrs. Cordelia Stamp. Quote, "Dear Nick Pringle, yes, I was in the ATS for 6 years, 1940 to 1946. I received a princely sum of 9 shillings per week, 45p to you. When I got to pension age, I was rather more than that, but only very recently has it increased to an amount on which one can live comfortably, the so-called pension credit. Take it, it's yours. So I'm still proud to be British and think the government have repaid me sufficiently for my 6 years service." End quote. As expected, the trend then continued on from here. The next in-depth response was written by a North Africa and Italy veteran who chose to have his name withheld. Quote, "I could write a book about what I think of life in the UK today, but we'll settle for saying that it's not a place I recognise, and I don't really belong in it today.
In 2020, Starmer said his parents' family was Jewish. On many other occasions, he said his wife's family was Jewish and his children were being raised Jewish. Ding, ding, ding. Shocker.
I'm fortunate in living in an area which has not yet been overrun with immigrants. And
who would have guessed?
In recent years, we have had no criminal activity in the neighbourhood.
It's not all, but always.
But I've had 4 break-ins in the past. We never see a policeman. Who does? As we always did when I was young. The present government appears to have no feeling of patriotism or tradition, and you feel at times that professing to be a Christian and English and heterosexual is a criminal offence. The current national activities seem to be sex, drinking, vandalism and violence, and watching the interminable football, of course. Few people appear to be capable of speaking English, judging by what you hear on television, and respect and service are just echoes from the past." End quote. The next man is absolutely scathing. Roy was a D-Day and Battle of the Bulge veteran, and after the war he was stationed near the King David Hotel when Jewish terrorists slaughtered 91 soldiers and innocent civilians and injured 46 more. Quote, "My opinion of this country nowadays. Well, when asked, I invariably quote Enoch Powell when, in 1968, on immigration, he said, 'The streets will be rivers of blood.' How apposite."
Yup, and Boris Johnson is the one who started this mass immigration fucking shit heap. to an even higher degree than what was happening before. So, yeah. No, it's not all, but always is a good term to use. Not all, but always.
What with primitive cultures flooding our societies and our leaders apologizing for the slightest reason, not what we wanted or expected in those days. If it were not for family ties, I'm sure my wife and I would have emigrated ourselves long ago. Incidentally, my wife, and we've been married for 56 years, is now disabled, so I have to look up to her. Well, I must sign off now. Cheers, Roy, end quote. The disgust at the infinite mass immigration continued. Reply after reply. One 85-year-old RAF veteran who chose to keep his name confidential wrote, quote, I am most disappointed with my country, in particular, this area. As for my fallen comrades, I quote Philip Nicholson's last lines of his poem, faces glimpsed and never seen again, dispatched with indignity and without preparation. I mourned them then, but now, surviving in a world, indifferent to their hopes and dreams, I grieve more for the living. I reckon the dead and injured got a raw deal indeed. I will never forget the ones I knew. I tread dangerous ground now, so it may not be politically correct, but here we go. Local born seems to have a very low priority in the scheme of things in all matters. This is an old cotton mill town and not very upmarket in many ways, so not enough noise has come from the people outrageously ignored. Some sections cannot ask for too much. We are surrounded by 5-bedroom new builds. They are now beginning on 7-bedroom properties. The media seem to be politically correct in all they report. It worries me. The so-called riots being a case in point. If they were spontaneous, how come some had petrol bombs all primed and ready from the start, and all the pubs in the affected area were firebombed? I could never have afforded a 5-bedroom house, and paying my rates each month, not subsidised. The rents being paid are laughable. Happily, my family have left the district. Soon, only the aged will be left. Then, it will be taken over completely. I do not vote anymore, because I cannot support the views of the new faces representing my political persuasion. I have been very restrained, believe me, end quote. Ken, a desert rat, continues in the same vein. Quote, if some of my friends I left in some foreign land were to return now, they would want to know in no uncertain words what we have done to this wonderful country, now taking orders from defeated countries whose sovereignty has been restored thanks to us. Today, living does not compare with pre-war and early post-war. Life was harder, but was accepted by the majority, so that law and order prevailed. As a youngster, I lived in some of the tough parts of South London. I never once saw or was involved in what happens today. There are answers to our present status quo, but very weak leadership, lack of proper punishment to criminals, the influx of societies to defend wrongdoers against the loss of rights.
It's just a lost world, bro.
And bending the knee to Europe would make my old buddies furious, whilst I have to live through things that disgust me.
This old footage just genuinely makes me sad.
Quote. Tom, a D-Day veteran who recounts with disgust his wartime
There's nowhere left like this anymore.
experiences.
It's gone.
Especially when he had to ferry displaced persons into the Russian zone after the war's end, really rammed the recurring theme home. He certainly had a lot to get off his chest. Quote, my feeling now, I have seen this country, what lads died and were killed for, thinking they were defending this country from what they were told was a brutal enemy, but they have not been able to see the way this country has been taken over by quislings, to minority groups who pass laws to handcuff the law-abiding citizens, knowing they will obey. We now have people entering our country, thinking these laws are not made for them, only the English. Don't forget that some people of the UK were not able to read and write before the war, so we were brought up to speak the truth. Your word was your bond, and your handshake sealed the deal. But what has been put in place? Double dealing, people speaking with forked tongues, who are making vast sums of money on another one's back. Over the years,
Trying to fool God, add that one into the mix, and we might have a...
Yes, I have read newspapers and listened to other news media, and the way they are used to manipulate a story so that we must feel sorry for certain groups. Then we get the isms at the end. Sexism, racism, human rights. But this is all designed. Freedom of one's handcuffs for others, but you know who the others are. I have 2 newspapers on a Saturday, Daily Mail and Daily Express. Now, there's not many Saturdays go by that their readers are not reminded what brutes the Nazis were, and we must not allow minority groups to be treated this way. Therefore, it has to be a sledgehammer to bring in new laws to tie our own people's hands. I'm beginning to wonder if the Second World War was started not because Hitler went into Poland, but that they would not stop persecuting the Jews. Even at the Nuremberg Nazi trials that have just been shown on TV, the Jewish question is the main theme. On Friday the 6th of September 2006, I was listening to Jeremy...
Be careful, Grandpa.
...Vine on BBC 2, and it made me feel sick. He had Muslim women talking on his show about wearing the veil. They were beating the drum that they were in this country and they could do what they like, and more or less said, if the English don't like it, then too bad. I've just passed an area full of immigrants. My thoughts went out there, went to all those lads buried in Normandy, got killed to keep one race from taking over, and we are now a country like Noah's Ark, with every race under the sun. The best part about it is that they are allowed more of a say about running this dear old land than the real populace. When I was young before the war, we were told what brutes the Germans were, square heads doing the goose step, with their arms out shouting Heil Hitler. I was proud I took part in stopping him, but when I met the Germans during the occupation, and their soldiers when taken prisoners, my thoughts were they are no different than you and I. Where were the fanatics I was told about?
Yep, no more brother wars.
I think the other big stick that was used to tie up people's hands was the case of the Stephen Lawrence murder, plus the Holocaust and women's rights. I see men let their women make the decisions now to save a lot of arguments. That's how we have come down the ladder. When you think of it, it took a lot of hard work and persuasion to get the standards of life we are enjoying today in this country. Just when you think we can sit back, in they come in their droves. We were a united kingdom. It's been broken up to a disunited kingdom. It's like demolishing a mansion to build a load of prefabs. After all that I have written, I still think this is a great country, but that we are still in the centre of the world's freedom. But I don't want to see it lost by a load of elected and non-elected do-gooders, end quote. Harry Dolling, an RAF veteran, had strong words with the British youth, as opposed to the newcomers. Quote, I can only say the people of my day and age were wonderful, and they were the people we fought for, our folk and our country. They were worth our blood, our sweat, and our tears. In those days, England was great. Regarding the spoilt, badly educated, rude, and over-aggressive yobs, they make me sick. Today's society is all about greedy, arrogant self, and for today's society I would not have done it. They are quite definitely not worth the sacrifices we made. I am proud I was there in those great days, end quote. I continued through the book, and the themes remained much the same throughout. Eventually, one man, Sicily veteran Mike Bush, did directly address that he felt his fight was worth it. He complained bitterly for a total of 5 pages about the way things had gone, and the slipping of standards. He finished on a rather touching note. Quote, "After unloading a load of pessimism, I must add a note of optimism. When I see the occasional family, complete with 2 parents, nicely dressed, and the children, well behaved, a brief silver lining appears in my vision, and I think, well, this does not happen very often, but that it does occasionally. At least we didn't do what we did all those years ago, for nothing. With very best wishes, Mike Bush." End quote. Another common theme throughout many of the responses was that of the treatment of the veterans themselves. In many, they lamented that German and Italian veterans, the losers, were treated far better and given far more benefits than British veterans from their governments. Alex Alexander, a Royal Navy veteran who detested Churchill and took part in the HMS Sheffield mutiny, had this to say, quote, "As an 83-year-old veteran, the VE Day celebrations did not mean a thing to me because of the way the government treat me and my generation, and I'm sure my feelings are shared by thousands of my comrades who are still living, and those who died, we remember in our hearts. At the end of the Second World War, we were jubilant, but 60 years on, we are in despair, struggling to live in our own country. Also, my wife is in residential care, and I have to go and see her by bus because I cannot afford a car. What sort of society denies its elderly generation enough money to buy a car, even a modestly priced car? All we can do is to pay bills and eat. There is a sickness in our society, pensioners being treated like this, but that still celebrates the end of World War II. It is hypocrisy." End quote. Other entries were simply...
The problem is it's no longer your society. And that has been the concerted effort ever since for the last 80 years, is to make it no longer Western society or American society or British society. It's to just dump as many random fucking people in as humanly possible to deteriorate that unity and cohesion of the actual culture and people. It's sick, bro. Genuinely sick.
Straight to the point. An 84-year-old veteran of Africa, Italy, Greece, and after the war, a veteran of dealing with Jewish terrorism in Palestine, wrote in, quote, "When war is nigh, God and the soldier is the nation's cry. When war is over, and nation's wrongs are righted, God is forgotten, and the soldier is slighted. How very true. We were led to believe we were risking our lives in fighting for a land fit for heroes, but it turns out to be a land fit for drug pushers, illegal immigrants, scroungers, paedophiles, and greedy people." End quote. A particularly scathing entry was stuck out to me was from a Mr. D. Stanton who served in the army. His main gripe, along with most of the entries, was non-white immigration. His thoughts are worth quoting at length, as they reflect those of many of the other entries, yet far more eloquently and put in more detail. Quote, "Dear Mr. Pringle, I am now 80 years old and I'm getting more frustrated with the path my country appears to be taking, i.e. an open door policy on immigration, asylum, etc. To accommodate all these races and religions, the native Britons are being forced to tone our freedom of speech, our very way of life, and now our very identity is under threat by the new Labour. Political correctness, human rights, equal opportunities, racism, etc., etc. Our country was already overcrowded in 1946, with a population of 46,356,000, living on 94,633 square miles of land, with Vera Lynn's White Cliffs of Dover. If we could have seen in 1939 what this once proud and patriotic island would become in 2006, no one would have bothered to answer the call. We should all be ashamed that having fought 2 world wars to protect our island and our way of life, our freedom of speech that our political leaders have lied to us, we now have a country that is lawless, multicultural, hellhole. Our villages, towns, and cities are crime and drug infested. Our immigrants have brought with them their own cultures of crime, drugs, and guns, etc., and have no intention of adapting to the country and its way of life. What would our fallen comrades of 2 world wars have thought about that? Also, that there are over 3 million Asians, probably occupying the homes they left, never to return to. I volunteered for the army at 17 years of age for Come What May, the month before D-Day. With today's society, many youths of that age are mugging old ladies, kicking down doors and heads, are out of work, on drugs, fathering children, stealing cars, and costing the taxpayer millions. At the end of the war in Europe, we went to India and the northwest frontier Kashmir. It was during partition, when the new Pakistan was given half of the Indian Punjab, that the Muslims swept in and so began the slaughter between Hindu, Sikh, and Muslim, which cost millions of lives, and was worse than Iraq or Rwanda, because no explosives or machine guns were used, just pure hatred of each other, using knives, swords.
Yeah, the British call Indians Asians. It's just a colloquial thing. But yeah, they refer to Indians as Asians. They always have. So it's not like a, you know, politically correct thing. They've just always called Indians Asians. So... yeah, it's not the type of Asians that you're thinking of with the, you know, I don't know, the squinty eyes, let's just say. Yeah, not that type of Asian. Those wouldn't be a problem. Like, if it was just a bunch of Chinese and Japanese immigrants, nobody would be complaining. You know, it's amazing, right? That when you take intelligent, well-civilized foreigners and put them into a country, nobody minds. But when you literally import third world savages in a lot of cases, all of a sudden everybody has a problem with that. But, you know, that's just racism, dude, obviously.
Sticks, stones, fire, and water. They were not adverse to locking hundreds of men, women, and children in buildings to be burnt alive. We left on Indian Independence Day, August the 14th, 1947, to the Indian males on the dockside screaming, "Go home, go home." These people have been allowed to settle here in the 1950s, uncontrolled, with no health checks or suitability to integrate, etc. Pakistanis, Hindus with equal rights as ourselves, and our welfare system, NHS, etc. This cannot be right. I have been writing to my local MP for the last 6 or 7 years, warning of the dangers of our Asian immigrants, Muslims in particular. Since my first letter, we have had 9/11, Bali bombings, Spanish, 7/7, with the ongoing promise of more to come. How long before they give us a Belsan school siege? Yet no one gets deported. Our government lets them stay to rant and rave as we witnessed 60-odd years ago. Please find cuttings and opinions of Nottingham, how it was in our day, compared to the lawless, drug-fueled gun culture, multicultural hellhole of today. Almost all who married during the war years, unless they were lucky, would have had to live with their parents and bring up children in cramped conditions, no bathroom, outside toilet, etc. Returning servicemen and women would not get a house of their own until the 50s. I married in 1948 and had a 3- and 4-year-old in rooms. Rationing lasted until the early 50s, including having to be registered with a coal merchant for our fuel. We did look forward to the new world we were promised on the domestic front by our politicians. Health service, social security, pensions, full-time regular work, and cradle to the grave, no more pre-war industrial strife, etc. Workhouse. In 1946, uncontrolled immigration began by the Attlee government and carried on by the Conservatives. People from our foreign colonies, having emptied their countries of whites, now began to arrive here, having put nothing in, yet they were entitled to receive the same benefits and healthcare without medical checks, screening for their suitability to settle in our island. Immigration, one form or another, means that we have now reached crisis point, that we the native Britons are now in danger of losing our identity. Everywhere, ordinary people are unhappy at what is going on around them. In some towns, English is the second or third language. The 4 native tribes of our island are in danger. I live in the hope that as I saw 250 years of the British working, living, fighting and dying, being born in the Indian subcontinent, ending in my 2 years from 1945 to 47, that all our unwanted migration of about 60 race and religions settle here can be reversed in the same amount of time, i.e. 2 years. I can think of no other country in recent history, the Native Americans, and Palestine accepted, who have allowed such immigration that their native population would become second-class citizens, the same of which is happening on our island. Yours faithfully, D. Stanton. End quote. One entry jumped out at me by a Mr. Bellamy, who said in
Let's rewind that part real quick. They might have detected the common denominator.
The Native Americans, and Palestine accepted, who have allowed such immigration that their native population... I can think of no other country in recent history, the Native Americans, and Palestine accepted, who have allowed such immigration that their native population would become second-class citizens, the same of which is happening on our island.
I wonder what type of immigrants went to Palestine and made the locals second-class citizens. And I wonder if those same immigrants might be, pulling the financial strings of Western governments in order to have the same thing happen here. History does tend to repeat itself. And what one group does to others, they often do to, others in the future, but I don't know.
Yours faithfully, D. Stanton. End quote. One entry jumped out at me by a Mr. Bellamy, who served in the war and then in Palestine, once again against Jewish terrorists. Often, when one speaks of progress, they speak of material progress, which no doubt has seen an improvement over the past century. Most of the entries acknowledge that they are better off now than they were then, yet all of them appear ready to trade the new life for the old in a heartbeat, because of other things they've lost. Mr. Bellamy wrote, quote, "As a young child at Catton, I can remember that we were poor. In fact, very poor. It would be the mid-20s the earliest I can remember. Our house was one up and one down. The toilet one of a battery of toilets down the gardens, and our clothes were invariably hand-downs. My father, out of work, had rejoined the army. There were originally 3 of us in the one up and one down, my sister arriving a few years later, my older brother being my best friend, as well as a brother. A little story worth repeating. I found half a crown in the street, which my mother changed for a new shiny penny. Wealth indeed for my mother. It always gives me pleasure to look back on that event. We then moved to Fort Brockhurst, near Gosport, and our living conditions somewhat improved. And finally, our last move as a complete family was to Larkill, a large military camp. Looking back at life in those days tends to produce a sadness about what, as a nation, we have lost in the intervening years. No doubt, there has been improvements such as poverty, which has been virtually eliminated. Few normal people face hunger, never mind starvation. Most of us have a car or suitable alternative transport. The days of the wireless are numbered. Switch on the telly, watch that until we go to bed. To eat, open the tin or packet, whatever. Be quiet, I am watching so-and-so. I could go on endlessly. Yes, we have to a degree lost the art of self-entertainment, discussions, exercise. How many fat people did you see prior to the war? I can think of none. The local Bobby kept us on the straight and narrow, but he was also a friend and a help.
It's because they're poisoning the food now.
The police today, we only see in their cars waiting to catch you for the slightest misdemeanor. He is no longer a friend, just someone you want nothing to do with. In my opinion, a fatal situation, and the consequences of which are most serious, if not fatal to society. I think that prior to the war, and during the war, we were definitely a homogenous and Christian nation. If we had been other...
Yep, and that was the problem. You were too Christian and too homogenous.
Otherwise, the war would have been lost, and the world entirely different. I regret to say it, but it has to be said. We are no longer a homogenous and Christian nation, and despite what our correct politicians say, we are not and probably never will be again. I believe immigrants have come here without knowing the code of practice and living, which we want or require. This political fault is to the detriment of all of us. Do you doubt that the London bombings and other problems are the result of the inadequacies of past and present politicians? End quote. A Royal Navy Wrens veteran wrote in of the degradation of Britain and how she felt it was not worth it, no matter some of the material gains. Quote, "In those days, people were orderly, kept the laws of the country, were polite and courteous. Gentlemen raised their hats to greet one, stood up when a lady entered the room, offered one a seat. Life was orderly. People in the main, apart from dialects, spoke the King's English. Everybody looked clean and wholesome, especially the females. We still did not have much money, whatever, but we were contented and happy. People still whispered whistled and sang. This was still England, our country, where we had fought for, our freedom, democracy. Where is it now? Churchill once said, beware the secret army. That is what has happened. I'm sure Blair stood for power solely to destroy England. We're not an area, we're a country, but it has been given away to foreigners who receive far more from this government than we, the veterans, receive. It is the same generation who fought for freedom, who are having to sell their homes for care, who are being refused medical services, because incomers come first, who can only afford to exist, just instead of enjoying the rest of their lives. We are affronted by the appearance of Muslim and Sikh costumes on our streets. Our cities are more Asian than Kolkata and Pakistan. Our freedom has been eroded. This is England, and one has to be white Caucasian to be English. There are no white Chinese, white African, etc. No way they can be English. Our girls are looked down upon because they have let themselves down by their behaviour and dress. They are so obvious, it's embarrassing. Our cream, who didn't return home, would say, what did I get killed or injured for? The tortures of our Jap POWs, what was it for? When one looks at this country, one is ashamed of the filth, of the crimes. Blair and his Scots cronies should be indicted for treason. If I could win the lottery, I would leave this country to its decomposing. My country, not theirs. Sarah Robinson, end quote. A veteran of the Women's Auxiliary Air Force had much the same to say as her naval counterpart. Quote, I do feel now, though, that there is no longer a Great Britain. Our country and what we fought Hitler for, freedom and pride in our country. It is now just a multicultural society who think they have more right to our social services, even those who have never contributed to the system. They get better care financially than us oldies who have paid our national insurance and taxes all our life.
Dude, there's been countless examples where, like, during interviews they've asked, like, oh, if you could get rid of Muslims or Christians tomorrow, what would it be? And it's always Christians. Which leads to the, theory that, Islam is a greatest ally invention from the offset.
Double racial slur removed by author, hold us to blackmail with this fanatical suicidal madness and preach hatred of us whilst being on our social service. Europeans have moved in by the thousands, legally or otherwise, and are taking employment from our tradesmen by accepting lower wages, part of which they send back to their families at home, taking money out of our country, and our stupid politicians seem unable to see what's happening. The nanny state has literally ruined what we were originally taught. Good manners and respect for older people. Now, murder by knife and gun is the in thing, and next to no deterrent. A few years in cushy prison accommodation, or else to get free solicitors to prove abuse of human rights. Technology has overtaken our lifestyle. Again, all the TV programs are aimed at the young, full of violence and obscene language. Nothing for all us older housebound folk who would love some good old humour and nostalgic music, if only for an hour, here or there. I certainly feel we can no longer feel proud of our country, and the behaviour which is now accepted as normal, and we are no longer proud to belong to the land of hope and glory. It's a land of yobs, drug addicts, drunkard youths, and teenage mothers who think they are owed all for nothing. At 85, I'm just hoping I'm not in this land for much longer, and my daughter and family...
Not exactly. I think it's like, what, 500 years, give or take, but... It's more so 100 years after the Roman Empire accepted it. Which, if you know anything about our greatest ally in the Romans, they hate the Romans. Hate the Romans. So, yeah.
So that when I'm not here, they will certainly emigrate to New Zealand, as they don't like being ruled by Brussels and Muslims.
We'll just leave it at that. You can do some... Take those little hints and just kind of dig through some old information. Look out what Hadrian did to Jerusalem.
Others were more pious in their criticisms. Royal Armoured Corps veteran Geoffrey Prater had this to say, quote, I'm not going to comment on our country today. Suffice to say that I'm a Christian, a patriot, and love my queen and country. And I say to younger members of my family, you will never, ever know what a lovely country this was. And was it all worth it? No, end quote. Mrs. Roberts wrote in a similar tone, quote, recently for the first time in many years, I have felt that my late husband and father who lost their lives in the 39-45 war would have been devastated by what this country has become, that I have felt grateful they did not live to see it, end quote. Elsie, a widow of a royal engineer in the war, thought so too. Quote, the last straw was when the door was opened and all those foreigners were allowed in, given money, houses, and cars at times. Us being told not to comment on it. Britain a land of free speech. Sheffield sounds like a foreign country, i.e. no one speaks English. My feeling is that men who offered their lives have been betrayed, and the dead gave their lives in vain. Most of the older people, me too, say thank goodness we are at the end of our lives. Muslims by the thousand taking our churches, etc. It is no longer the Britain that was fought for. Elsie, end quote. By this point, the responses seem to just be the same thing over and over again, and my goal was to hunt for the ever-elusive positive response number 3. Hundreds of pages went by, and none came. I did come across a particularly fiery negative response from a Pacific Theatre veteran, however. Quote, out of the common market and oust all the so-called asylum seeker scroungers. If we did a quarter of what they do here, we'd be in jail or deported. Not here. Human rights, only making money for solicitors, etc. Bring back Cat and Birch and hanging. Then, us war-year pensioners may feel safe to go out in dark hours. Stop scroungers coming over and getting free treatment on the NHS. Go to their country, and we pay up. These idiots, Greenpeace and animal groups, only troublemakers. Prisons, TVs out, bare meals and gym, etc. Out. Prison should mean prison. Through this damn government. Immigration soaring, murders, muggings, even Muslim no-go areas. What next in 20 years? All white decent have emigrated. If I was younger, I would. So by and large, New Labour having a
I'm English and I completely agree with him. Before World War II, to hand half of Europe to the communists. I won't say anything else about the Germans. It's too... Yeah, especially you being English, but... No, every single winner of World War II got fucked. Simultaneously, almost immediately after, like clockwork. It's too great a coincidence to be on accident. We'll just put it that. All according, it's like Palpatine. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. Yeah. That's swap Palpatine with Rothschild and you got a pretty apt comparison.
Of this country. 6 years I fought for this country. If I was call of age now, I'd refuse, end quote. Mr. Jones, a particularly bitter Welshman who was part of the first landings at Gold Beach and watched several of his best friends die, writes, quote, Wales is in a dire state. Where are we all going? No. Nick, our comrades in Normandy, where I stand in front of 36 Jones's grave, Blackett's grave in Bayou Cemetery, R.G. Cross, our B Company Sergeant Major in Hatton Cemetery, and I cry when I say, what the hell have you died for, lad? The asylum used to be in Bridgend when I was a lad. Never did I think it would move to the dump, as we call Cardiff, end quote. And he finished his entry after voicing his grievances regarding the Thatcher regime. Quote, fallen comrades, they would not be very pleased. If any of them were able to return, sir, they would say much as I say at my comrades' headstones. They'd say, my God, what did I die for? What's happened to Great Britain? My honest opinion, sir, end quote. RAF veteran Ernie echoed the sentiments of almost every reply when he complained about the treatment of veterans, especially their extremely low pensions, which were but a fraction of those given in the Dominions. Ernie wondered whether it was all worth it in his message, and then finished, quote, since those who fought in the war are living on a pension, I think it was a bad deal to cut the old age pension. If we had not stopped the Germans taking over the country, all the Jews who live here would have died in concentration camps. When my mother died, the Jew who had brought up all the houses cheap after the Middlesbrough railway station was bombed evicted my sister and I. She went to Canada and has stayed there. I left Middlesbrough for good.
Oh my God. Yeah, we gotta listen to that one more time.
Quote, since those who fought in the war are living on a pension, I think it was a bad deal to cut the old age pension. If we had not stopped the Germans taking over the country, all the Jews who live here would have died in concentration camps. When my mother died, the Jew who had brought up all the houses cheap after the Middlesbrough railway station was bombed evicted my sister and I. She went to Canada and has stayed there. I left Middlesbrough for good and never came back, end quote. After continuing to trawl...
Oh my God, man. You really just can't make this shit up.
Through the book, I did eventually find the third positive comment on page 319. For reference, the book is 500 pages long. Dunkirk veteran Roy Powell wrote, quote, regarding the main thrust of your letter, I suppose the beliefs of the men who never returned would be rather similar to we survivors, only even more so. At least we have had a gradual acclimatizing due to the huge social and economic changes that have taken place, especially over the past decade or so. Changes. The plus side must feature the diminution of deference. Although the class system still operates, young people are not overawed by it, and consequently, it has lost much of its power. People are infinitely more prosperous, e.g. clothes, cars, holidays abroad, home ownership, etc. I remember the 50s as a young teacher, wearing my one suit weekdays, and the luxury of a sports jacket and flannels at the weekend. As a single man, then, I enjoyed one night at the local, a cinema visit, and a soccer or rugby game on Saturdays. The point was that everyone was poor. Education has made vast progress. In my early days, I taught classes of 50. Discipline was keen and parents backed the school, not so today. I left school in 1935, aged 18. I had a good matriculation, but no hope of university as my wage was needed at home. I was able to teacher train after the war under a government scheme. Only 5% of children went on to further education, compared with over 40 today. Also, must feature is emancipation of women with the introduction of the pill a huge contributor. It's hard to believe that pre-war women teachers were dismissed as soon as they got married. People say what they want today, and a good thing too. I well remember my father being told that if he wished to keep his job, not to bring the Daily Herald with him to work. There is a much enlarged middle class now, and the progress in the world of IT would be stupefying to old comrades today. I think the creation of the European Union would appeal to them, if only for the reason of maintaining the peace in Europe over the past 60 years or so. Changes, the debit side. I think the fallen would be appalled by several features of modern life. The lack of manners, the worshipping of celebrities, the gradual fragmentation of our liberties for anti-terror reasons, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, litter, the patent dishonesty of politicians, and the power of the press, now able to influence the government's decisions. The fact that most citizens seem to manage to live in a constant condition of debt. We were, of course, brought up to believe that if you hadn't the money, you waited till you had. A small but interesting point, I believe, is the death of melody. My generation will...
Yep. That's honestly words to live by. If you don't have the money, then you don't buy it, you know? But, you know, no, the evictor in the previous story wants you to go into debt because then, you know, you're controllable.
Raised on the big bands and found the birth of the groups rather shocking. However, one could still hum tunes written then. I wonder if youngsters can today. All in all, things are undoubtedly much better today, and I think old comrades would agree with that. If they were asked if the world at large was better, poverty in the third world, AIDS, climate change, I'm not so sure, end quote. The next entry, however, was right back to the trend, or perhaps more so. D.W. Earl wrote, quote, how do I feel about the country today? My two uncles gave their lives for this country. My father's health was broken from gas in World War I. I did my little bit. My brother did his national service in the Canal Zone in Egypt. What has been our reward? Everything we fought for has been taken from us and given to foreigners. We are now third-rate citizens in our own country. Our enemies rule us from Brussels, and we are now being colonized by racial slur bleeped out by author and racial slur beeped out by author in this country. There is not one political party that is prepared to stand up and fight for our country.
Oh my God.
And the indigenous population.
I love it.
The Holocaust is now being carried out on us. What are my main regrets?
Your lips to God's ear. Absolutely, man.
Prepared to stand up and fight for our country and the indigenous population. The Holocaust is now being carried out on us. What are my main regrets?
I hate to break it to you, it always was.
Didn't fight for Hitler. At least he was for his own people. Many of us that are now left have a saying, bombed, shelled, and shot at, and now shit on. And that sums it up. When I came out the army, extremely long list of slurs bleeped out by author. Now I wish I could, extremely long list of slurs bleeped out by author. That whole rotten pigsty called Parliament and the traitors in it. 82 and full of anger. Not a very nice way to come to the end of your days, is it? I worry about the future of what was once my country and the fate of my grandchildren. Yours sincerely, T.W. Earl, end quote. The next man, a then young civil defense messenger boy, was...
Well, T.W. Earl is, you know, the true British male at his finest. You know, salute to him.
Equally as disappointed with how things turned out, although put it in a less harsh way. Quote, what our fallen comrades would make of 21st century Britain, I dread to think. If they knew how, in spite of everything, the country's been invaded without a shot being fired. The government has banned everything but the air we breathe, and we are still fighting wars on behalf of other nations that have nothing to do with us, all because Blair wanted to get into bed with Bush, as it turned out, for his own financial ends. I feel when I was younger, I did what was required of me in the war, and working all my life, paid my dues demanded to the state. But what for? So the immigrants can invade our country and milk the system we fought so hard to get? Yours sincerely.
Well, you can't expect the poor not to live in debt when even the rich are all in debt. Even my friend's brother who works for BlackRock is wealthy, lives paycheck. It's a disease, man. Like, genuinely. This, you know, paycheck to paycheck lifestyle people live where they just spend every penny they make it's unsustainable. Like, pay your rent, pay for your food, and find a few things you enjoy doing that aren't expensive, and save your money. Save it. Invest it. Grow your wealth. And that is the only way you're getting out of this fucking shithole. It's just... every single minute of every single day, you're constantly marketed to. You're constantly brainwashed into thinking you need to buy this next thing in order to be socially accepted by others. It's just, this consumer economy is just degenerate. It's absolutely fucking degenerate. And again, it goes back to a common theme, but I think everybody understands at this point. The people who are looking to sell you shit to put you into debt are the same people loaning you the money. And also signing your paychecks. And also collecting your rent.
Clearly, Len Sargent, end quote. In the first edition of Nicholas's book, he just covered the UK itself, but in the later edition, which I'm currently reading for this video, he later reached out to British veterans living in the Dominions, which proved to be an extensive number. A common theme amidst those still in the UK was that they wished they could emigrate, but that they had left it too late. So I thought it was worth quoting Mr. Cooper, an Italy veteran who emigrated to Australia in the 50s. One of his stated reasons was that he saw the writing on the wall as Jamaicans began to flood into the UK. In 1993, he went to visit his homeland again for a month, and he had this to say at the end of his entry, quote, I have no interest in the UK anymore. I found that in 93, I was dirt in my homeland, disgusted by an incident at the bus station with a, what? So with the best wishes for you and yours, I close now from a frosty morning.
A what?
In my homeland, disgusted by an incident at a bus station with a, what?
A what equals racial slur? Okay, never mind.
So with the best wishes for you and yours, I close now from a frosty morning to a sunny day, but with no rain in sight. Most sincerely, Chaz Cooper, end quote. Most Aussie replies had similar regrets as the Brits did, albeit on a slightly later time frame. Eric Burnett, Royal Navy veteran, finished his entry, quote, my feelings are now that Australia is becoming Americanized far too quickly. Even the national news and TV is so full of US goings on, I wonder if they've brought shares. Plenty of local news and world news to report on. I have not been in the UK since 1995, so I have not much knowledge, but Australia, with, it seems, an open door to anyone, has become far too cosmopolitan. I shall see my days out here. It still has a lot to offer, but it is not the country we came to all those 54 years ago, end quote. The Kiwis share the exact same sentiment in pretty much all of their entries. E.G. Buchanan, a Navy veteran who was at Nagasaki just after the bombing, wrote, quote, now about New Zealand since the war. I have travelled to many countries in my life, and I'm always pleased to be home in New Zealand. In my view, New Zealand society is slowly shifting downward. Murder nearly every day, 10 in Auckland in 1 month alone. With the advent of the pill, partners living together instead of marriage, decline in religious beliefs, etc., drugs and gangs, rapes by police, large-scale fraud, etc., end quote. Also in making his later edition of the book, Pringle reached out to other areas of the UK once more, and got still further replies. By this point, the replies were all too similar. The last 100 pages of the book read much the same as the last.
I'm not even advocating for minimalism. That's the thing. The thing I'm advocating for is don't spend all of your money until you have enough money to spend. If that makes sense. Like, there's nothing wrong with making a ton of money and going out and spending a ton of your money. But you don't ever want to be in a situation where you're spending everything you make. Otherwise, you literally are just a cyclical slave. You pay your rent, you work your job, you buy a bunch of shit you don't need, and you have nothing left over. You're not building equity in a property. You're not buying stuff that has like any sort of real value as an asset. You're just basically an indentured servant or slave, if you want to look at it that way. You just exist to generate GDP, but you're generating nothing for yourself and your future generations. So that's the thing, man. It's, like, look at how your grandparents lived. Look at how, their parents lived. They maybe had one car. They had a small house. The dad worked and the mom didn't, but, you can't have that nowadays. You both have to work, unfortunately. But, what did they do? They maybe went out to eat once a week. Maybe they'd go on 1 or 2 vacations a year. They probably didn't buy clothes and a bunch of other shit all the time. They spent sparingly. So that's unfortunately how you're going to have to live too if you want to generate any sort of real wealth. You have to be very conservative with how you use your money. And in a world where you are advertised to every waking minute of your day, that is very fucking hard to do. Because every aspect of human life has been set up to extract as much money from you as frequently as possible. And everybody wants a piece of that.
Last 100, and so on. Mrs. Corrie, wife of a deceased Burma veteran, spoke for every single one of the later replies when she wrote, quote, whilst in Burma, he lost some of his friends in Japanese POW camps. He also visited the memorial at Kohima, which, as you know, reads, when you go home, tell them of us. For your tomorrow, we gave our today. I do not think they would think it worth their dying for the state of the world today, especially our country. What with our MPs stealing from the taxpayers for greed and the recession, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the losses almost every day of our young men and women, for what? I think they would be utterly disgusted and disappointed at what is happening to our once great country, as I am, end quote. This video could have gone on for hours, but since the sentiments of all the responses tended to be much the same, I thought I'd spare you the trouble. Instead, I settled for writing down the general trends, and I also made a tally of positive and negative responses. Bear in mind, I went into this video expecting a rather even split. There were 182 responses in total. Of those, 30 seemed to be a little confused on the assignment and just gave a recount of their war experiences and didn't touch on how Britain's changed. 3. Yes, that's right, only 3 of the responses in the entire 500-page book were positive. All 3 have been quoted above, and all 3 were positive due to personal financial success. So naturally, that leaves the rest, meaning there were 149 negative responses. The numbers speak for themselves. As for the trends, here is what I noticed. I will simply read them out and let you make your own conclusions. Firstly, immigration was by far
traitorous piece of shit.
The biggest complaint. Almost every response mentioned it. Of these immigrants, it was mostly Muslims and also blacks from the Caribbean who were viewed the most negatively. Not one person referred to immigration positively. Secondly, Queen Elizabeth was only mentioned on a single occasion, and even then it was amidst a hugely negative response, in which the man added that despite all of that, he was a patriot and loved his queen and country. Thirdly, the veterans lamented the loss of the church, especially the Church of England. Many actually ended up with Irish or Italian wives and became Catholic. Fourth, there were dozens of positive references to Enoch
Smart.
Powell, stating he had been proven absolutely correct.
Catholicism and Orthodoxy are the only true Christian churches left at this point, unfortunately, man. Again, the enemy from within.
To a lesser extent, there were lots of positive references to Nick Griffin and the National Front. Fifth, there was dozens and dozens of references to moving to the Dominions. Many actually took this path, and most expressed no regrets. Of those that stayed in Britain, they lamented they hadn't made the decision earlier, as now it was too late. Sixth, there was a completely unanimous disgust at how veterans were treated. The veterans tended to feel the appreciation showed to them was completely fake. They were rolled out once a year.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, dude, yeah, everything you buy from Amazon's junk. Like, think about it. What do you actually really need? You need to pay your rent, you need to pay your utilities, you need to pay for your cell phone. Maybe if you have a car payment, also pay that. But really, after that, you maybe need $200-300 a month for food. If you spend smart, you probably don't even need that much. And then the rest of it, you know, you have your entertainment budget if you want to buy like a video game or something every once in a while, or if you have a few like subscription services you're sub to, but there's just so much shit we don't fucking need that, you know, people are constantly buying. And that's the problem. It's just people buy dumb shit. And then they pay a ton of money to go and store dumb shit that they bought. So, you just really have to think about what you're spending your money on and whether you'd rather just have the money or have the thing. And in most cases, you're probably going to say that you'd rather just have the money. Especially when you think about it in terms of, oh, well, I had to work X number of hours to buy this thing. You know, my, you know, what, $70 video game is 5 hours of work, let's say, if you make $14 an hour. It's like, is that worth 5 hours of my work time to buy this game? And that's how you have to look at things. As you have to look, it's a time trade-off. Need 3 video games a week? Oh yeah, man.
Given a big cheer and forgotten about. Their pensions were tiny, and they lamented that the Germans and Italians were paid more than they were by their governments. The Canadians and Aussies were also given double the wages during the war, and also double the pensions. Safe to say the veterans were furious about this. All the while, newcomers to Britain got free housing and a stress-free life on benefits. 7th is an extension of the immigration complaint. The crime rate was universally complained about. In 1951, the British crime rate was around 500,000 reported crimes. In 2001, it was over 5 million. Today, it is higher still. None of them give the figures, but the author does at the end of his book. The increase was entirely noticeable to the veterans, and dozens complained in their entries about not being able to leave their homes at night, or even being able to walk anywhere without being harassed by migrants, or yobs, as they call them. 8th was the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Every single veteran that mentioned these modern wars without fail did not buy the official narrative. They knew these wars were ridiculous, and they made it known. They also felt that the soldiers involved in them were essentially pansies compared to themselves, and they often referred to all the fuss about PTSD and therapy that a lot of the veterans of these American-led wars in the Middle East needed. All of the veterans recognized that these wars were not Britain's wars, but wars for bankers in the US. Lastly, I noticed the following trend when it came to the Germans themselves. The men in the army, or those who were prisoners of war, tended to view the Germans very highly, and mentioned how they were nothing like the propaganda image they were fed by Churchill. Many even found German wives. On the flip side, many of those in bomber command seemed rather callous, and seemed to have zero regrets about and indeed, their survival rates reflect this. Those in Japanese captivity had quite the opposite story, and all of them had lost friends to Japanese barbarism whilst they starved in the camps. Many had a hard time forgiving the Japanese for how they were treated. A question many, perhaps logically, may ask themselves is how World War II and British participation in it is in any way related to how Britain subsequently turned out. To that I would reply that the veterans themselves, despite not even showing an understanding as to why, knew intrinsically that the two were linked and spoke in that manner. Britain in 1939 was a world-spanning empire, although one which surely could not handle another human or financial burden the size of a world war. Germany had absolutely no qualms with the British Empire. Hitler, in fact, wanted an alliance with Britain, not a bloody war to the
5 times he offered peace. 5. And after the biggest military defeat in British history at Dunkirk, he did nothing. He even left the equipment on the beach intact for the British to come and collect. But, you know, Winston Churchill already took his 30 pieces of silver from his Austrian banking buddy. So, you know, he was already bought and paid for. So, gotta sell out the nation in true trader's fashion.
Despite this, Winston Churchill, on payroll from a group of international bankers who sought a war with Germany, rang the drums of war, and he got exactly what he wanted.
Oh, I'm glad he mentioned it, yeah, on the payroll of international bankers.
The British people, trusting in their politicians, fought a war which they believed was righteous and for their own benefit. They believed they were defending the British Isles from an imminent bloody German invasion. Even most of the veterans in their replies still felt this, and even despite that being the narrative, regretted fighting. Many, as you saw, said they would now fight for Hitler instead, if given the opportunity. The veterans, in short, were duped. They fought a war for someone else's view of the future, not their own. Even Winston Churchill, selfish as he was, would have balked at the stacks of cash offered to him at the time, if he saw just how badly his nation had gone downhill in the cause. He, whether he knew it or not, led his country to war for. The entire modern world is based on the narrative of World War II. Nationalism is bad, borders must be open, everything must be permitted. If you love your people, you are literally like Hitler. That is what the veterans fought for, but it is not what they felt they fought for, and as seen in their responses, they never would have fought for it had they known. Interestingly, the author chose to end his book in the following way, quote, "When I was first researching local newspapers to send the letter out in autumn 2006, I came across some reports of World War II generation pensioners being victims of attacks in various local newspapers. I kept a copy of them, then later found more. I decided to keep a record. The following is by no means a comprehensive list, just cases I came across. A few were national news, but most were regional. All of the victims were either World War II veterans or were of working age during the war. A generation of people who remember a Britain where it was common to go out without even bothering to lock the door. Sadly, some unknown warriors survived the war, but did not survive living in the Britain of their old age. They all deserved a peaceful end to their days, but some ended their lives in fear of being attacked or worse, died alone, in terror, as they were murdered. It is interesting to think how the country would be now if in the decades following the war, the wartime generation voted not for political parties just once every 5 years, who then do what they want, but on individual issues in a direct democracy system of referendums. The country would, most likely, be much more similar in many ways to the country they fought to defend in 1940." End quote. After this, Pringle dedicated 14 and a bit entire pages to these gruesome murders, which you can now see on your screen. If current British crime statistics are anything to go
Yeah, dude, international bankers is probably the #1 cause of all the strife we have today.
by, the vast majority of these events were carried out by the new arrivals. I'll let you draw your own overall conclusion as to whether the war was worth it for the veterans themselves. I think you have a hard time plastering the mainstream narrative on top of it and making it all make sense. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this different sort of video.
Isn't it amazing that the central banks of all major Western nations are all owned by the exact same private owners? Gee, I wonder how that happened. It's just, yeah, I don't know, man. This shit pisses me off. It really does. Being fat is not okay, 2019 edition. Well, can we get a 2025 edition? Yeah, there's a reason why usury is not allowed in the Bible. And the one time that Jesus got angry and, you know, physically assaulted anyone is when he was flipping the tables on the money changers in the temple who were, you know, extorting faithful, you know, faithful people for their, what are they called? Like the prayer tokens. And basically what happened is a certain group of, you know, worshipers, I'm trying not to use the word, so, you know, just in case. But yeah, people who are worshiping at this temple in Jerusalem decided that they would buy up all the worship tokens. And because they owned the entire supply of them that was needed as a special offering, they decided to extort the population for exorbitant rates on exchanging these prayer tokens, so that if you wanted to pray to God, you had to pay massive amounts of money in order to do so. Well, when Jesus got to Jerusalem, he took a whip in his hand and chased them out of the temple. But yeah, that's A-okay today, man. Completely moral behavior. So, Jesus a real one? Yup. Here, let's see if we can find a quick video on that. Flip the table. Let's see.
Merchants with a whip. Matthew 21:13 says, "It is written, my house shall be called a house of prayer, but you make it a den of robbers." And in John 2:17, his disciples remember, "Zeal for your house will consume me." This wasn't a moment of rage. It was a moment of righteousness. Jesus wasn't angry because someone was being annoying. He was angry because something holy was being dishonored. He saw people treating God's presence like a profit center, and he couldn't stay silent. So what does that mean for us? Well, have we ever turned worship into convenience? Have we ever approached God like a service provider instead of a savior? This scene should make us ask, do I treat God's house like something sacred or like something casual? Now, keep in mind, the temple wasn't just a building. It represented God's dwelling place, and today Scripture says we're that temple. 1 Corinthians 6:19. So here's the bigger question. What tables would Jesus flip in your life? What parts of your heart?
Okay, I wanted an actual explanation of it. 11 years ago, do we trust it? The truth? Let's see. I don't know if I believe these people. That's the problem. Jesus drives out the money changers from the temple. Here we go. This is a movie, so I don't know if it'll get a... No, my shekels. The first react. But yeah, that's what we... Okay, I'm getting the copyright claim. That's what we need to do, proverbially, so to say. Flip open the... or flip over the tables and chase them out. Not nigh with the two. What is a certain group of people? It's like some sick death cult. Like, literally. It is a sect of Judaism that believes that if they bring about the end of the world, then it will bring about the Jewish Messiah who will come and rule over the earth. So their literal aim is to bring such calamity and chaos to the world.
7 inches? That's pretty big.
That God has no other choice but to send the Jewish Messiah in order to, you know, essentially regain control. It is this sick, demented, evil mentality that they have. And essentially what this Jewish Messiah would equate to for us is the Antichrist. So they're essentially bringing about the Antichrist, if you're a Christian. But it comes from this Frankist, Frankfurt School ideology. And it's like this weird death cult type activity. So, it's where Bolshevism and all that other shit arrives from. But yeah, here, let's see real quick. Yeah, so here you go. This gives a decent little breakdown. So yeah, it was a 20th century German intellectual movement that was developed critical theory, which not good. Drawing from Marx, Freud, and other philosophers to critique capitalism, mass culture, and totalitarian. Yeah, that's ironic. Key figures, blah, 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 who analyzed how social, economic, and cultural factors intertwined to maintain social control. Their analysis, which became influential in fields like sociology and culture studies, was heavily informed by their experience as German Jews who fled the rise of Nazism and had to relocate the Institute for Social Research in New York before it was reestablished in Frankfurt after the war. So yeah, it was founded in 1923 in Frankfurt, Germany. And it was known for the development of critical theory, which aims to analyze and critique society and culture by integrating ideas from different disciplines. Uh-oh. So yeah, the school was critical of traditional Marxism's economic determinism, arguing that culture, ideology, and psychology also played crucial roles in maintaining capitalist system. So basically what they did is they took Marx and put it on fucking steroids. That's the whole premise of the Frankfurt School, is how do we adopt Marxist ideology to make it more effective at controlling people, not just through economics, but also through culture, ideology, the, makeup of the population. This is where the whole multiculturalism idea and everything really got pushed from. So, but yeah, this is one of the original evils, you could say, of the early 20th century. So the people involved in this are anti-human control freaks, as Alex would put it. So yeah, their entire existence was how to take Marxist ideologies and implement a cultural, religious, etc. aspect to it in order to manipulate and control a population. Anything label. Yeah, I mean, it's like critical race theory, for example. You know, it's based off of that. Marxist. So, yeah. But that's a conspiracy? Of course it is, man. It's never happened. What do I think of gold and silver prices? The better question is, what do I think of the devaluing dollar? Because that's all that means. Fiat currency is losing value. Just keep printing. David with the 10. Can we watch? Yeah, I guess. Depending on how long it is, I gotta hop off soon. So I'm going to head to the gym. Let me see. Yeah, that's fine.
This is an aerial view of the city of Cairo. It has within itself over 22 million inhabitants, more than the combined population of Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. I dare you to name a single important person that came from this place, one innovation, one scientific discovery, just one cultural contribution made by any of the 22 million people living there. And we're not talking ancient Egypt. That's right, you can't. And neither can you for Dhaka, Karachi, Mumbai, Manila, or Lima. Despite these cities combined having a population higher than Germany, they have failed to produce another Gutenberg.
Is that my headphones, or is that the video?
Or Lima. Despite these cities combined having a population higher than Germany, they have failed to produce another Gutenberg, Planck, or Benz. These cities,
Alright, I think it's just my headphones.
These don't manufacture inventors, they don't manufacture progress, they don't manufacture culture, they don't manufacture innovation, they just endlessly produce humans and waste. These megacities are human existence reduced to the most basic level, subsistence. No creation, no innovation, just a biomass breathing, consuming, and excreting waste. There is nothing valuable in these cities apart from the dirt cheap supply of labor. These cities are just meat aggregates. They have no value to the world. If any one of them were to be wiped off...
Yeah, dude, it's like those worlds in Warhammer 40k where they just produce as many people as the Hive worlds in order to, you know, extract the psychics to fuel the Golden Throne. Bro, it's like basically that. Shit, we're already getting there, guys.
The face of the earth someday. Nobody would notice that 20 million people were just evaporated into nothing, apart from the corporations that have outsourced their production to there. Suffocating is one word to describe it. Not thousands, not millions, but tens of millions of humans living in what essentially is one big anthill. Thousands of ambitions, personalities just reduced to a living, breathing biomass. The noise, the endless labor, making knockoff Jordans for a living in 14-hour shifts. Entire millions live like that from birth till they end up dying in some freakish, lively work accident and are dumped in some mass grave. But hey, at least the cities are extremely walkable. People living in these cities have essentially evolved to live like insects. They are effectively slaves. They drink dirty water. They eat rotten food. They breathe polluted air. They live in dirty, extremely crammed holes. They are insects. If you say you detest the third world, you're gonna be called a xenophobe, implying that you are scared of nothing in particular but anything foreign and different from your own culture. There's nothing more inaccurate than calling me a xenophobe.
What kind of awful life is that? The sad thing is they don't even realize what's happening to them. Because, you know, the IQ in a lot of these places is like sub 80. So a lot of them genuinely just are not smart enough to even realize something's wrong.
Because it's not some nondescript broad concept of aliens or foreigners that scares me. No, what scares me is perfectly described and contained within this single image. It's not some boneheaded fear of everything foreign, it's a refined and informed fear of how these people just turn every piece of land into cities that look like this. Aukmerophobia is the right word. It's derived from the ancient Greek word aukmeros, which means a filthy, squalid, cramped place. It's a fear of a dirty, polluted, disorderly third world. Now I know making up phobias is gay, as almost none of them are actual irrational fears, as that's what a phobia is. As in, for example, claustrophobia is extremely natural, as I don't think any person enjoys tight spaces. No sane person would voluntarily live in a place that looks like this if they had a choice. But that's the thing, people living there don't have a choice. You know what is a choice on the other hand? Letting millions of third worlders into the West. But nonetheless, aukmerophobia is a precise feeling of dread upon seeing the squalor, the claustrophobic landscapes, and the poverty of the third world megacities. But what are some of the defining features of a third world megacity? Well, these three features that I've picked function sort of like a litmus test. If a megacity has all three simultaneously, then unfortunately it's a third world shithole. First of all, tangled power lines. It's something all third world megacities have. These power lines are just strewn from building to building haphazardly, a future nightmare for any electrician. What am I even talking about? Electrician. This whole line has probably been installed and maintained by a single brave brown guy wearing flip-flops. What amazes me is the wastefulness of the third world, as they all leave these almost full looms of wire just hanging out there instead of cutting them to length. Where's the supposed third world resourcefulness we all hear about? The second typical feature is the hell intersection. It's a wider topic of how third worlders all drive like shit, condensed into one singular pandemonium. The constant beeping of the horns is probably responsible for why they all have sub 85 IQ. Another element of the hell intersection is the lack of traffic lights, or a complete disregard of them, and the people just walking in the street.
Not even on.
On foot completely at random, sometimes with animals. Also, if most of the population of the city gets around on vehicles powered by two-stroke motors, you're definitely in the third world. And lastly, the cityscape itself. The buildings built on top of previously existing structures. Nothing is zoned, nothing is safe. If the building collapses, so be it. The absolute disregard of the common man in these cities is mirrored in the awfulness of the buildings. Exposed raw brick everywhere. Each living quarter, each apartment is like tacked onto the building, looking like freak patchwork. Old colonial buildings are neglected and butchered, while the new ones are unfinished and raw. These third world cities either end up looking like a uniform dystopian nightmare, or a complete chaotic cesspit. What makes the third world megacity truly a hellish place is the fact that they are symptomatic of the people inhabiting them being worthless, interchangeable economic units. The supply of workers is endless, forever replenishable, and so the average worker is entirely expendable and paid nothing. People are desensitized to human suffering and to being treated like shit and treating others like shit. In a city that looks like this, you hold no value as an individual. You're just another set of hands to be put to labor. Alchmerophobia is a fear of losing all your worth in a society and being seen as a laborer and not a human. The internet, the free flow of information, has done so much to demystify the third world for the general public.
Oh my god. The same street 100 years apart. Yeah, I was showing y'all another example of that. I forgot where it was. But yeah, there was another video of something like this.
We used to think of the third world as of a land filled with wisdom and spirituality, a simple yet wise lifestyle. But now that we see what sort of people inhabit these mystical lands, we realize that they are like insects living in a large mound. In reality, you just have soccer fans, people that are literal drones that eat slop, drink polluted water, have an IQ of 81, and live in atrocious dirt, and will never ever amount to being anything more than a fertilizer for the land that will grow over these human anthills. When talking about city aesthetics, it's inevitable that you'll encounter at some point Redditors that claim that American suburbs are the worst thing that has ever happened, that they are dystopian, unlivable hellholes. They complain that they're car-dependent and unwalkable, that there is no public
Yeah, exactly. Ugh, I have green space and I'm not living on top of, 55 other bug boxes.
Transport. These Redditors don't realize that suburbs exist mainly to shelter the working white man from the one particular demographic which started taking over the inner cities in the 20th century. They are car-dependent to shelter its inhabitants from the sort of insect people you meet in public transport. Nobody wants to live around people who are or behave like they are from the third world. Anywhere they go, the living standard gets worse without exception. And even like with the massive western
The map, bro.
megacities, you cannot compare, for example, the safety and order of Tokyo, where people can fall asleep in the streets and wake up with all their belongings in place and not raped, with somewhere like New Delhi or Dhaka. Suburbia is not perfect, but it is indicative of a time when the white man was to be respected in his servitude to the system because he was needed to grow the economy. Nowadays, he can be replaced by 20 Gorillian Indians that will grow the economy for far cheaper, so his ambitions of living in dignified conditions are worthless, and the suburbs are replaced with affordable housing for the migrant laborers. No Westerner would want to live in a place like that. Alchmerophobia is a perfectly rational response to seeing a hellish landscape. So why do so many people support transplanting this biomass from Mumbai, Mexico City, Lima or Cairo into our beloved West? Do these people really think that these third worlders are going to forget a century of being conditioned to build and live in these nightmarishly dysfunctional cities and societies? That they're going to develop a robust sense of cleanliness and order in their ghettos? The reality is, third worlders don't become Westerners. They turn...
Here, wait, real quick. Since he posted the map, I have to now. Like, look. Does he know? The Bible Belt, also known as the gay porn belt, divorce belt, teen pregnancy belt, meth belt, food stamp belt, welfare belt, poverty belt, low wage belt, HIV belt, and the STD belt. Ready? It's just like a moth to a flame, bro. Libs really think they're doing something. Like, I swear to God, they fall for it every time. Every single fucking time. It's so bad. But yeah, it's funny. It really is funny, man.
Turn the West into the third world. Case in point, go to any large Western European capital and enjoy the sights and sounds. And listen, I can find sympathy for people from the third world because they do suffer. but I also can find reasons as to why I don't want these people and their ways of life around me. Yeah, their culture and ways of life are a product of poverty. So, do I have a moral obligation to dilute and ruin
Alright, is that my computer or the fucking video?
around me? Yeah, their culture and ways of life are a product of poverty. So, do I have a moral obligation to dilute and ruin
I may need to unplug my headphones.
my culture and my ways of life to help them? So now instead of one dysfunctional society you have two? All of this just to maintain GDP growth and the fake economy. All of this just to get a cheaper, less demanding worker. The reality is the West is being slowly turned into the third world. Alchemerophobia is real and perfectly rational. When boiled down to its most elementary aspect, it's a fear of being replaced by cheaper workers and having
fake GDP growth.
to endure worse pay and worse conditions. It's a fear of your neighborhoods being turned into affordable housing for migrants. It's a fear of becoming part of the biomass of the third world, of becoming disposable and mistreated, of being just an economic unit and nothing else. It's a fear of your voice and interests being irrelevant because you are a part of a small diminishing minority being replaced by third worlders. Simply put, if you take in the third world, you dilute your culture and become the third world. And this fear, it's nothing more than self-preservation.
Yep. I agree. Absolutely agree. But yeah, this guy's channel's pretty good. We've seen, I think, like 4 or 5. I'm subbed to him on my actual account, so I've seen most of his videos. But I think we've watched like 4 or 5 on stream. The most rational fear. Yeah, dude, it's just like... I don't want to go on a whole fucking rant, but... the people who have done this shit to us deserve to be strung up and flayed alive. That's all I can say. That's all I can and will say. We'll just leave it at that. But, alright. I do need to hop off because I'm going to go to the gym. And go work out, I guess. And not just, you know, sit around like Dreamcast guy playing a RPG on my Steam Deck. But anyway, hope you all have a great Wednesday. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.